Copyright disclaimer. Under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
12? You couldn't be more than 5.
You're so fat they have to jack you up to take off your shoes.
Yeah, well, you're so skinny your eyes are in single file.
Well, you're so ugly your ears stick out to get away from your face.
Well, your mama is
Hold it, wait a minute. Don't bring anyone mother into this. She ain't here. If it wasn't for your mother, you wouldn't be here. So remember, when you put down one mother, you put down mothers all over the world.
Treat your mother right. Treat her right. Treat her right. Treat her right. Treat your mother right. Treat her right. Treat her right.
Mother, there is no other like mother. So treat her right. Mother, I always love her. My mother. So treat her right. Treat her right. M is for the moan and the miserable groan from the pain that she felt when I was born. O is for the oven with its burning heat, where she stood making sure I had something to eat. T is for the time that she stayed up night and took my temperature when I wasn't feeling right. H is for the hard-earned money she spent to keep clothes on my back and try to pay the rent. E is every wrinkle I put on her face and every worry that I caused when I stayed out late. The last letter R is that she taught me respect, and for the room up in heaven that I know she'll get. Mother, there is no other like mother, so treat her right. Mother, I always love her. My mother, so treat her right, treat her right.
Treat her right. Treat your mother right. Treat her right. Treat her right.
My mother, so treat her right, treat her right.
What it do, family and friends? Welcome back to the Church of Black Power. If you're not subscribed, go ahead, hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you hitting that like, share, and hype button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. And with that being said, family, happy Mother's Day to each and every one of our sister queens out there who didn't put their energy into raising some of the best people you'll ever see on the planet. Much love to each and every one of you. I'm glad you all enjoyed that archive of the Mr. T. There was only one person that I thought of when I thought about doing that today. I was like, you know what? I want to get a Mother's Day song, and I didn't want to do Tupac because everybody does Tupac. And I had to think back to my childhood. So I was able to reach into the archives, as our sister Stolen Ancestor said, and pull out the Mr. T on you guys. So I hope you all enjoyed it because that was one of the best Mother's Day songs ever growing up for me. Treat her right. Treat your mother right. Shout out to each and every one of you. Thank you all for being here today. And thank each and every one of you for all the birthday wishes. I've been reading the comments as I was setting up. So much love to each and every one of you. We're going to get into it today. We got to dive all the way in. We got to to talk about conservative reparations and, basically what they're trying to push to be. If you think that these people on both sides aren't listening to us, you're highly mistaken. They seeing people such as our brother Melrose run up on folks. They're seeing people such as our brother Black Alpha run up on folks. They're seeing people such as our brother Afro Elite running up on folks. They're seeing how we're holding it down in California. They're seeing, how our sister Brooke and brother Divine and all our family BX out there in New York is handling the situation when it comes to these reparations. And the fact of the matter is this, these folks, they're trying to get in front of it. You know, the Republicans as well as the conservatives, they know they can't stop reparations. They know they cannot stop reparations, so they're trying to change what it should be. And we've already went through all that nonsense with the Democrats, but you already know the Republicans are kind of slow when it comes to being on the social movement for foundational Black Americans. They really keep pushing the same talking points, just like the Democrats do. So when we say that they're the two dirty ass wings on a dirty ass pigeon, this is what we're talking about. And I say that to say this. If you don't know Austin Broughton, and I played this to remind you all in the last broadcast that we will be going over this guy here. This is Austin Broughton. And we could stop it there. I ain't even going to let him talk too long. We already know where we're going with this. So this guy is who they've sent out to now say, oh, I believe in reparations. I believe in the reparations. But I want you to hear the reason why he believes in reparations. And then we're going to get deeper into it. But before we go there, you know what I got to do, family? I got to pull from some of that FBA energy. Much love to each and every one of you. Shout out to our good brother Jesse Paris in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Andrea Jones in the building. Our sister Hurricane Nisi in the building. Much love to you. Much love to you. Our brother Black RU is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. M. Hampton is in the building. Brenda Thomas is in the building. Renaissance Woman is in the building. Much love to each and every one of you and thank you all for being here. Anita Harrell is in the building. Southern Breeze. Our good brother Reef is in the building. Gloria Murray is in the building. Murray, is in the building. Much love to you. Our sister Taste and Teas with Tony is in the building. Shout out to you. Much love. Thank you for being here. Our brother Rashad Wallace is in the building. Much love to you. Our brother Breeze Omega is in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Phenomenal broadcast last night, my brother. Phenomenal broadcast. Our brother MPC is in the building. Much love to you. Our good brother Gary Williams is in the building. Much love to you. What's up to you, my warrior brother? Thank you for being here. Continue to our good brother Maneuver Right is in the building. Shout out to you. Much love and thank you for being here. M. York is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our good brother RBJ is in the building, as well as our sister Honey Brown Sugar is in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Our sister Stolen Ancestors is in the building. Much love to you, my sister Queen, and thank you for your donation. Your donation has been blessed tenfold. And let me also give a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United. Much love to you and thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold as well. Thank you both. Shout out to our sister Angelic in the building. Much love, much love. The Ruby Runner is in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well. I always laugh when I see that goddamn picture you got up there. Shout out to our good brother DSB in the building. Shout out to our dark-skinned brother. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Our sister Cooking with Miss D is in the building. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. Our brother Antithesis is in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother. Thank you for being here as well. And shout out to you. Thank you for your super chat. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. Thank you. Out here supporting. Much love to you. Our sister Astarte Jones is in the building. Our brother Cotton Club Radio is in the building. If you have not subscribed to our good brother, go and subscribe to that channel. Our brother puts in work. Much love to you. Our brother Rashad. Okay, I already said Rashad Wallace. Shout out to you anyway. Rael is in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here as well. Melanin Vision TV in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. His eyes, it's all in the eyes. Yeah, my grandpa taught me about the crazy eyes too. Anyway, DT in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. YGLTB1 in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Literacy rules the world. Much love to you and thank you all for being here. Y'all rules in the building. Shout out to you and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother John Son in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Sunni in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as our good brother Still Kevin Trees in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. And for everybody who is not in the chat, much love to you and thank you for being here. And everybody who's going to catch this in the replay, much love to you and thank you for being here. And shout out to our good family, Only Us in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Now, let's get into it, family, because we got some things to get through and I don't want to hold you. I do not want to hold you. Let's start off with the reason why he says that he's in favor of reparations, shall we? Shout out to Buzzer Cam as well. And thank you all once again for the Mother's Day, and well, not the Mother's Day for me, but the Mother's Day wishes for all our sisters, as well as the birthday wishes from everybody. Much love to each and every one of you. Now, let's start out with the reason why he says he's for reparations.
I would actually be thrilled if an actual reparations bill was ever passed, for one reason only, because now we have paid you what we owe. Shut up and now make something of yourself.
Yeah. Now, notice what he said, family. He said an actual reparations bill. I want you to put a pin in that because we're going to get back to that. Shout out to Yvonne. Much love to you, my warrior sister, and thank you for being here. Let's run that back.
I would actually be thrilled if an actual reparations bill was ever passed, for one reason only, because now we have paid you what we owe. Shut up and now make something of yourself.
Yeah.
Shut up. Yeah. Now there's no more. Don't talk to me about systemic racism anymore. Don't talk to me about, and that's what one thing, if I ever got to be president, or if God willing, if I do get to be president, get to be a congressman in 2030, when I run, what I have no fear of doing is proposing that bill, because I have that much faith in the black community, but I also need to weed out the greats from the average. Mm-hmm. And the average from the below average. I have once a reparations bill ever gets passed in this country, if we ever see it, the black community finally has to shut up in full and stand up on our own 2 feet. Mm. And that is the day that I long to see, because then those.
Oh, no, DT. He's actually conservative. Oh, yeah, it sounds about right what you said, but actually he's a conservative. Shout out to you.
That are truly great will continue to do what they've always been doing, working, busting their ass, rising to the top. Everyone else goes by the wayside. Yeah. You know, the Bible says that a man that doesn't work doesn't eat. Okay. We did work in this country for 400 years. All right. Granted. And nobody can deny that. Yeah. So now let's.
Another great question. I've been looking to find this research. I've been doing some research on his background. Ain't been able to find nothing. Everything that mentions this man has mentioned nothing about his parents, or mentioned anything about his grandparents, or mentioned anything at all. Only thing that I've been able to find about him is his wife. So we'll start out there. So I'm seeing Devin says that he is FBA. Not sure. I'm not going to say he is, not going to say he isn't. I'm just going to tell you where all the fallacies are going to come in. Let's continue. You seen his family? Okay. All right. So, shout out to you. Like I said, I couldn't find anything on his family. I haven't read anything on his mother or his father or anything, and I went looking. Trust me, I went looking. But if you say that he's FBA, we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Let's let him continue.
Cut the check. Let's cut the check. Now you're on your own. Yeah. Now there is no more conversation about racism.
Now, family, I want you to also put a pin in the fact that he's using our slogan, cut the check. He says an actual reparations bill, and he's saying cut the check. Put a pin in both of those. We're going to get back to it.
It is only what can you produce now that the last economic chokehold, if you will, the last economic imbalance has finally been corrected. Now what can you do? And my greatest fear right now is because of the liberal-minded ideology that has been poisoning our body politic. We will spend that money right with the very people that are still oppressing us, and they still hold a viewpoint of oppression in their minds, and then the cycle would repeat itself. That's my only fear.
No, you're exactly right. The left spends more time educating young Black people about how to apply successfully for food stamps than they do.
Notice who's he's sitting across from. This man child, CJ Pearson. And it just so happened that we're going to be talking about another person whose last name is Pearson today on the broadcast. Interesting. But we'll get back to that. I don't want to digress just yet. Let's get back into it. Shout out to our sister Andrea Jones. Much love to you, and thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister, and thank you for the birthday wishes. Let's continue, shall we?
About teaching them how to open a retirement account or to understand financial literacy or how to buy a stock or any of those things. And again, this is all by design. And as soon as you realize that, you realize just how similar the left's agenda is. Like, they want us to be crippled as a community because that's the only way they know how to win elections. It's the only way they know how to change, to motivate Black people. And it's offensive.
And to attack the family unit too.
And I think that's the thing is they went for the church because they realized that was really kind of the bedrock of the Black family. Absolutely. And now
I would actually be thrilled if an actual reparations bill was.
All right, let's get to the part of why we're here for him. Let's get to the part of why we're here for him, because he's now taking it upon himself, or he's being pushed out upon himself to go out and speak up and have debates on the reparations. So we're going to check out one of the debates. No, we're not going to watch the full thing, but we're going to get enough of it, and we're going to check out what he has to say against the Nabisco about reparations. Now, I want you all to understand, this is a conservative versus another conservative in this debate. And Neely Fuller Jr., he taught us so well that white supremacy likes to take all sides of the conversation. So here, you have a person who claims to believe in reparations going to have a debate with a conservative who doesn't believe in reparations. Let's get into it. Let's go here.
I was never a slave owner. You don't deserve reparations. And if you're a white man in America and you are suffering or you're poor, that is your misuse of your privilege. Same if you're a Black American. How? That's impossible. If that's true. See, this is why you're a victim. You think people are still holding you back, and you're free American. I want you to tell Black people they don't deserve some shit they built. What did you build? My ancestors built this country. And so did mine. Each one of us got paid. Are you special? Your ancestors are you autistic? Your ancestors got paid, didn't they? Well, then you're stupid. No, you stupid. You just.
Now, I got to admit, this start off clip, they're making it look real good, ain't they? They're making him look real good, ain't they? My ancestors built this country. Who are you to tell us what we deserve when we built this? It sounded real good. But everything that sounds good doesn't necessarily mean that it is good. When I was growing up, I learned a lesson very early. My mama taught me this lesson. My grandfather taught me this lesson. My father taught me this lesson. My grandma actually proved the lesson. And I'll get into that later. But the lesson that I was taught, and family, you let me know in the chat as well if you learned this lesson, whether it was by someone telling you or whether it was the hard way. that everything that glitters is not gold. I'm going to say that once again. Everything that glitters is not gold. Let me say that one more time. Everything that glitters is not gold. When I was younger, I was told so many times by my mother, by my father, by my grandfather. But the first person that taught me the lesson physically was my grandmother. Shout out to her. This was around the time that I was doing my music. I was in my teenage years. I was somewhere around 15, 16 years old. And it was around my birthday then. And my grandmother wanted to take me and buy me a birthday gift. And we was at the mall, and I saw this hand bone, this gold hand bone. And I begged my grandmother, I said, Grandma, that's what I want for my birthday. And the guy was charging $80 for it at the time. And my grandmother told me, I'm not going to spend $80 on that, baby. She said that right there, that's not going to be something that you really want. If you want something, you want to get some real gold. And I'm like, Nana, that is real gold. The guy was lied and everything. He was like, yeah, this is real gold. It's 14 karat gold. See, look, had the stamp on it and everything. 14 carats real gold. And I'm talking like that because the person was Indian. And so my grandmother said, look, baby, I'm telling you, that is not real gold. But if you want this, I will buy it for you. But I don't want to hear nothing out of it when you find out what I'm telling you is factual. I said, Nana, you ain't got to worry about it. That's all I want right there. That's all I want. Well, for the first week of me wearing the damn hand bone, I would wear it on top of my shirt. So I wasn't noticing anything about it or anything like that. About a week after I got it, I got invited to a pool party. And I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going to set it off. I'm going to wear my black shorts with my black Reeboks, because at the time I was I still love Reeboks, but I had the Soldier Slims. Those were my favorite pair of Reeboks. So I was going to wear the black Reeboks with the Soldier Slim print on it. And I was like, oh yeah, what's going to set this off? These gold glasses and my hand bone. Exactly, Kelly. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. She tried to warn you. She absolutely did. When I say I was the flyest brother at that pool party. I was in there like swimwear and I was feeling good. I was macking all the girls. The girls was all playing with my chain and I'm all playing with their hair. Hey, baby, yeah, get on over here. I'm doing my thing. We get in the water. We swimming around, all that. Well, the very next day, I wake up. I got a gold ring all around a green ring from all around the back of my neck, all across my chest. And I couldn't say nothing. My dad just started laughing because he saw what I was going to go to the pool party in. So he just started laughing. He didn't even say nothing. He just laughed. My uncle at the time, my uncle was living with us at the time, he just laughs. Now, my aunt lived down the street. My great aunt lived down the street from us. So first thing he does is jump on the phone and call my great auntie. And she just starts laughing so hard. She says, no, I got to see this for myself. So she walks down the street. And this is big. She's basically Big Mama number 2. You dig what I'm saying? And she usually wouldn't walk anywhere. She didn't even jump in the car. She was too excited from laughter to jump in a car. She just walked down the street. got to the house, opened the door, and saw me and broke down to her knees and started crying and laughing. And I'm sitting there just mad because they basically low-key playing me. You dig what I'm saying? My only words was to them, to all of them in the room, was just don't tell Nana. Don't tell Nana about this. Oh, my auntie was like, oh no. Oh, and this is my grandfather's sister. So she's one of those type of, oh no. You know I'm making this phone call. So she jumps right on the phone, damn near choked me out with the cord because she tried to grab the phone so quickly off the wall. And I was in between the phone and the cord. Man, she grabbed that dang phone so quickly. Anyway, I digress. And all things that glitter are not gold. And whether you got to find it out in the hard way or whether you find it out just by listening to your elders tell you the truth, you're going to find out. You're going to find out. Exactly. Just like my great auntie stayed down the street from my grandmother in Compton. You are absolutely right. For some reason, I've noticed that about us in our community. If we can stay in the same areas as each other, we will quite literally move down the block, move behind somebody. Like in California, my great uncle stayed behind my great aunt. He had a place, he was paying rent in that place, and she stayed in the front house. And most of my family has been like that, especially like living in areas like down in Riverside County and things like that, especially when my dad was living on the ranch. Right in the back, one of my cousins had his own, double wide in the back behind the horses. So you would have to drive all the way down this dirt alley in order to get to his house. But for the most part, when foundational Black Americans move, they tend to move around each other. We tend to want to be around each other. So I found that to be interesting too. But you're absolutely correct, family. But as I was saying, everything that glitter isn't gold. So when I saw this intro, I was on with it. I was like, okay, let's see where this goes. Let's see if he's going to use the talking point that I know that most people who say they believe in reparations use, which is reparations doesn't have to be a check. Now, notice I played the first clip because he said, I believe in reparations, cut the check, see what we do with it. But we're going to watch and see if that is his true feelings. Is he about cutting the check or is he about putting out social programs? Is he on the right path or is he on the same path that the Democrats are on? Let's get into it.
A civil war between people that live in the same country.
Can you listen?
Can you say something with some substance?
Are you capable of listening?
I'm capable of listening.
So then just shut up for a second.
Guys, we got another debate today. We got Austin off script and Bo here today. We're going to be debating reparations.
Hold up. Before we get this going, let me do this one more time.
Warning. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act 1976, allowance is made for fair use, for purposes such as criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is a use permitted by copyright statute that might otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit, educational, or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use.
Shout out to Sean. Much love to you. Thank you for being here. That's how most of my family was, except for a few. Some stayed behind in Texas, where my folks are, or where your folks are from, while one of my great aunts moved right around the corner from us in Jackson. I understand. Like I said, most of the time when family move, especially when you're moving from out of a state to another state, if you have family in that state, 9 times out of the 10, you're going to move somewhere in the area or the arena where your family is. Like that's how a lot of my family got to California from Louisiana. Like my grandfather and my aunt and my great aunt, my grand aunt, and my granduncles, they all moved out there around the same time, and they all moved around each other. So even when they moved away from each other, and I mean like to a different city, most of the family, when they chose to move out towards California, they either moved towards Los Angeles area where all my family was, or they would move towards like Riverside or Oakland where my family are. So usually that's how it works. When you have family who's out of state, when they move into a new state, if they have family there, they want to be around the family, not to be in the area where they're going to be basically in the middle of nowhere by themselves. But that's how we've always been as a people on GP. That's why we were so successful when we have our cities and things like that. They're successful because we practice that unification. We practice that community. But let's get into it.
If you guys feel like the debate gets out of hand, just raise your hand. I'll step in, or you could say appeal to moderator. We're going to start off with a video, which is why we're debating here today. So play this video. Okay, so that was from a Jubilee 2-on-2 debate, right? You guys did a few months ago.
Yeah, it was from Jubilee's Roundtable. And that video, that particular clip, has 1.5 million views now on my Instagram.
Wow.
So this guy's gaining notoriety off of doing these Jubilee debates. Let's just start there. That's a problem in itself, but let's start there. Shout out to our good brother Reparations Nation in the building. Much love to you, my warrior brother.
And I'm sure other people reposted it too, so probably got a lot more.
It's still getting comments as we're doing this debate right now as we speak. So yeah, it's that clip was viral, but I mean, Bo, I give you the floor to open up.
No, I would like to ask you a question.
Sure.
And just lay it out the best you can. Why do you think you deserve reparations?
Because the economic impact of slavery and Jim Crow still has a net negative impact that is demonstrably provable for Black Americans in this country today. When you look at for example, and I have some notes that I've already written down here, federal policy discrimination going as far back as just as close to the 20th century, redlining via home ownership lines of credit, federal housing agency maps systematically denied Black families access to mortgages, home ownership, wealth building through property. GI Bill benefits were disproportionately inaccessible to Black veterans, and median white household wealth today is 6 to 10 times that of Black households, and that varies by data set per year. But the home ownership gap remains large by 30 percentage points, and these are not random disparities. They track historically enforced exclusion. And the fact of the matter is that the Black people in this country did essentially free labor for 246 years via slavery. That was then compounded by another 100+ years of racial discrimination codified purely on genetics. And Black people contributed over $233 billion, again, as slaves to the United States economy that we were never recompensed for. And I couldn't call myself a conservative, a Republican, anything of the sort.
You're not. But...
Well, you can say that, but tell me what a Republican is.
I would say a Republican is somebody that has conservative Christian values that would lean more towards self-regulation rather than government regulation, less taxes.
Wait, what the heck? Wait a second. Hold up. Are y'all telling me? If somebody just say that he's a Democrat conservative, I need explanations. I need explanations. I have never heard of such a thing. A Democrat conservative? I'm lost. I am lost, family. That's what he calls himself? A Democrat conservative? Get the hell out of here. I agree, Jesse. He's politically confused. That is a misnomer if I ain't never heard one. Oh man, we're gonna have fun here, I guess. That is wild. All right. Go ahead, Democrat conservative. A Democrat conservative is like being African American. Shout out to y'all rules on this. Oh my God. Okay. All right. Let's get it in. I missed that. That was one thing I did not find out about that guy. Shout out to the family for bringing that information forward. That right there alone is worth this goddamn broadcast. Like if nothing else about this broadcast has come out, that right there is beautiful. Whoever, oh shoot, whoever brought that information to the forefront. Thank you very much. Mwah. Chef's kiss on that. Oh man, I am in tears right now. Let's get into it. Godly.
Less lobbyists, less government control. And when you're going for reparations, that's more taxes. But before we get off on that, I want to ask you a couple questions regarding your opening statement. When did redlining end? When did segregation end? That's been over 60, 70 years at this point, and you guys are still talking about it. So I just curious to know, well, those things ended, and you actually never experienced them. Right. So I'd like to know why you deserve reparations. I understand why they might deserve reparations, but I want to know why you deserve reparations.
Well, let me first set a baseline. When I define reparations, I am not talking about getting what Dr. William Darity said that Black Americans would be entitled to, which is $250,000. I think that would create a situation where the U.S. couldn't pay that debt. It's impossible.
Excuse me? So there we have it. There we have it. There we have it. You're not talking about reparations then. You're not talking about reparations then. If you're not talking about cutting the check, you're not talking about reparations. So here comes that conservative, right? The part about believing in reparations, that must be the Democrat. Okay, let's continue.
However, you just said it yourself. Segregation ended about 60 years ago. Women in the United States had gained full autonomy in 1975. Martin Luther King was killed in 1968.
They got the opportunity to vote after Black men.
Well, no, right. That's not my point. My point is that the average lifespan of a human being is around 70 to 80 years, give or take. So you just admitted that if the civil rights movement ended only 70 years ago, that means that some of the lasting generational impacts of Jim Crow, of slavery can still be felt today, which is why my grandmother would deserve reparations. She's still alive. My father, I was born in 1965. I would argue that he and my mother deserve some form of reparations. And I would argue that the children of these people deserve them. Let's be very clear.
Notice how he's leaving slavery out. Notice how he's leaving slavery out. Let me explain something to folks. A debt unpaid does not just disappear. A debt that's unpaid does not just disappear. It compounds with interest. It compounds with interest, excuse me. So anybody who's sitting here trying to remove slavery from the reparations talk isn't talking about reparations. No, they're talking about fixing a social issue that is happening and that has been happening over the past 60 years. Understandable. That is a whole different fight there. I get that. But we're not walking away from reparations just because this clown who looks easy to draw, this man looks like, if y'all remember that TV show, Doug, y'all remember his best friend, Skeeter? That's who this guy looks like to me. He looks easy to draw. We're not going to allow this easy to draw fellow to try to tell us what reparations should now be when we know what it absolutely is. Let's continue.
That during the founding of this nation, with the passage of the Homestead Acts, 200 million acres of land were given to white European peasant farmers. They were then enhanced by giving them county agents.
Say that again?
The Homestead Acts were passed shortly after slavery started in the United States. What they did was give away 240 million acres of land in the West and the Midwest.
They just gave them away?
Yes, in an effort to...
You mean people had to go stake their land and fight for it?
No, I mean the United States federal government created multiple programs to enable white European peasants.
And notice how the conservative white dude, the Nabisco here, don't know any of the history. There, he's sitting here dumbfounded about the goddamn Homestead Act. All you got to do is Google the Homestead Act and you'll be able to see what it was about and how they gave away land and how all you had to do was be a Nabisco. But this is what we mean by most of these folks don't even know the history of this damn country. So you can tell this dude was an Ellis Islander. You can tell this dude don't give a damn about anything because he was not here during that time. Guaranteed. So this is what his argument most likely is. It's the fact his family probably most likely wasn't even here during slavery. And that's it. But as I tell people all the damn time, it don't matter whether your family was here or not. If the country owes a debt and you move to that country, by default, you now owe that debt. In the very same way, if you move over to Germany, you can't tell those German or the German government that you don't want them paying reparations to the goddamn Top Hat community using your tax money. That makes absolutely no sense. When you move over to Africa, these people owe a debt to China. You can say, I don't want my tax money going to China. All the foundational Black Americans that moved over to Ghana cannot tell the Ghanaian government, I don't want the money that I'm giving in my taxes to you guys to go to China. You can't do it because you don't have a say in those matters. When a debt is owed, it is owed. And you move to a country knowingly. So you knew that the country had a debt. You knew how the country treated foundational Black Americans. You knew that we were owed. And you still decided to move here. So yes, everybody owes that debt. Why? Because if you're a citizen, you make up the American government. The government is the citizens. Well, the government gets their power from the citizens, not the other way around. So, if you moved here, whether you're Asian, Puerto Rican, Jamaican, Bohemian, African, Indian, or whatever else on the planet, if you move to the United States of America, you just put yourself in the debt that the United States owe foundational Black Americans. It is that simple. It is that plain. Let's continue.
To come over to the United States. They were given land grants. And on top of that, they were provided county agents to teach them how to farm. They were also then provided government subsidies to tell them not to farm any further. And the descendants of these people to this day are still receiving federal subsidies not to farm. And these were the same people that are telling Black Americans that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
Now, it's funny that you took words out of Martin Luther King's mouth, word for word, bar for bar, you stole his flow, but you didn't steal the part about going to get that check. You didn't steal the part about cash payments being a requirement. So you'll use MLK, and this is what conservatives love to do, only so much. When it gets to the real part about MLK, now you want to backtrack. Now you want to be a little bit quieter. Now you don't want to voice the full quote, do you? Because the full quote will end with, so in this campaign, we're coming to Washington to get our check. But you don't believe in cash payments. Like I said, family, it's very important to know who these people are, and it's very important to call these people out on their bull stuff. You're not going to be the conservative Democrat coming into foundational Black American spaces, and really, you're not even a foundational Black American space. You're just speaking on the Black American issue, a foundational Black American issue. And you're doing it in a space where you got an Nabisco sitting across from you, but you most readily agree with each other for the most part. And then you got an Asian that's sitting in the middle of you. Does this show you that the conservatives know that they can't shut down the conversation, so they're trying to get in front of it? Let's continue.
Jest to say, well, bootless person, that we need to lift ourselves by our own bootstraps.
You still haven't explained why you deserve reparations.
Well, you didn't. Well, let me first explain what my reparations program would look like. It would look like.
I just want to know why you think you deserve reparations.
Because I'm the descendant of people that built this country that would never pay.
So am I. And I'm not sitting here claiming for reparations.
You are not the descendant of people who built the country. You are a descendant of somebody who fled to this country, you Ellis Islander. And you can't speak about the settlers because most of the settlers died off. Most of their bloodlines died off. Unless you were, raping the slaves like, a certain president who has the last name of Thomas. Just saying. Hey. But most of their bloodlines have died off. The majority of you folks came after Ellis Island, after 1891. You came after the infrastructure was built. You came after the wealth of America the wealth from foundational Black American labor made America the richest country in the world. You got to watch out for them people too, because these Nabiscos will try their hardest to slide in. Oh, well, my ancestors built America too. No, they didn't. And if you're talking about the Irish, they didn't build America. They contributed to the building of America, and they were paid for it. Be very clear about that. Shalom, our good sister Priscilla Taylor in the building, as well as Gigi in the building. Much love to the both of you, and thank you both for being here, family. Let's continue.
Wait. How are you? Who
I'm descendant of people who built this country too.
Yeah, and right. And
I just think you're being a little bit of a victim, and you're victimizing other people by claiming that you deserve something that you were never a victim of.
So let me ask you this question. Can you refute anything that I said from a legal perspective?
It's not about refuting it. It's about whether you deserve it.
It's not about whether you deserve it. It's about whether you're owed it. And America is on record for the debt that they owe us. America is on record stealing our wealth from us. Whether by the Freedmen's Bank, land acquisitions, or anything like that. It is on documented record.
Are you a Christian, Bo?
Yes.
Okay. So is it written? So since we're Christians, this is interesting. So is it not written that you should do unto others that you would have them do unto you?
Yes.
So if
you think stealing from people and giving it to yourself is what you would do unto others?
No, I think because the white Americans stole free labor from black. Did white Americans steal free labor black folks?
No, they bought it. They bought it from other African Americans that sold it to us. So
no, it wasn't other
Africans.
Notice how he just tried to play that. Notice how he just tried to use that card. Oh no, they bought it, they purchased it from other African Americans. No. Even Austin had to say there wasn't African Americans. Well, Africans. You see how he tried to tie that? Not mentioning the fact that the first slaves in this country were not Africans. Africans being imported didn't happen until years later, decades later. The original slave in this country was the Aboriginals, who was taken and reclassified into Negroes. So even with the whole situation of Africans selling other Africans into slavery, we already improved right here on this broadcast several times over that only 368,000 of them from 1500 to 1870 were brought to the mainland North America. So that's only, if we're going per year, that's maybe 1 to 2 people per year brought to the Americas from Africa. So who were the millions that was enslaved if only 2 to 3 was brought per year? And if I'm being gracious enough, maybe the upward to 10 people per year. Who were the original slaves then? A B1 salute to our good brother Wallow J in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, family. Let's continue.
They sold it to us.
Starting something new isn't just hard, it's terrifying. When I started this podcast, I wasn't.
All right, let's move forward because this is a whole goddamn roly-poly Martin commercial. There we go. Like I said, we're not going to get through all of this. We're just going to touch on a few parts here. Pause. Oh, God.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
We can't keep doing this shit, man.
Let's continue, shall we?
They were brought over
There's
to
a
the
key
U.S.
distinction.
Can I just finish?
Go ahead.
And I'll let you talk for a while.
Go ahead.
They were brought to the U.S. They didn't know any languages. They didn't know anything other than they were tools. And I do agree with you. And I think it was horrible that they did that. But it doesn't mean that they're 8 generations later, you deserve reparations because of what your great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather went through.
We are not owed reparations due to what our great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather went through. My grandfather's grandmother was a slave. That's how goddamn close it is. My great-grandmother, not my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great-great. My great-grandmother was birthed from a slave. Number one. Number two, we're owed the debt because they stole it away from us. When we were paid reparations, or when they opened the door to pay us reparations, Andrew Johnson took it back. We wouldn't be having this conversation here today if they didn't steal our wealth back from us and continuously did so throughout the centuries. This is why when I see a Nabisco talking like this, I could kick him to the curb easily. Because while you're talking like this, the wealth of your family, whether you still have it or not, that was passed down, is still being protected by the American government. That's what wealth redistribution is supposed to combat. The racial wealth gap in this country, where white Americans overall, when it comes versus black Americans, hold over $100 trillion more than we do in wealth. Thanks to Obama, by the way. So all these people that's talking this nonsense here, oh yeah. They can catch a backhand real quick. And I would have asked him, where's your family from? What year did they get to America? That's really the only question you have to ask. Because if your family are Johnny come latelys, you don't have the right to talk to me about nothing in this country. You do not have more of a say than us because the only true Americans in this damn country. To say traders. What is going on?
And I would even go back to the biblical theories or the Bible, just the Bible. Let's go back to the Bible. Deuteronomy, Jeremiah, Exodus, Ezekiel all claim that in similar form, the son shall not bear the guilt of the father, nor the father bear the guilt of the son.
Right. That's not.
The sins of the father shall fall before the sins of the son. The sins of the father will fall upon the son. Give to Caesar what's owed to Caesar, and give to the Most High what's owed to the Most High. Cut the damn check. It is that simple. The Bible's quote literally says, give unto Caesar what's owed to Caesar. It doesn't say give unto Caesar unless your parents passed away and now Caesar is no longer owed. That makes absolutely no damn sense. Mic check. Y'all can't hear me? Can you not hear me? Oh, they out here playing with they playing, okay, hold up. All right, family, can you hear me now? Toss a 1 in the chat if you can hear me now. Let's make sure everything is going well here. All right, much love to you. See? They didn't want to sing what we were saying on this side. They didn't want the truth to come out on this side. Okay. All right. Just some of the things we deal with within the new black media. Just some of the things we deal with here. Let's get up into it. Let's get back to it. But like I was saying, the Bible says give on to Caesar. It doesn't say there's a time limit on which to give on to Caesar. If the father passes away, then the son shall not give on to Caesar. No, it does not say that whatsoever. And notice, these people never have these type of arguments when they're talking about the so-called Native American. Their land, these are descendants of people. They said that the land was taken, all this other stuff. It wasn't their land taken. It wasn't them that was put on reservations. I don't hear any of those type of talking points. And they make sure to give endowments, very large endowments, to the so-called Native Americans every year. Where are the talking points for that? They can't use those talking points because it wouldn't make sense in the very same way that it doesn't make sense here. Shout out to Dominique Hudson in the building. Much love to you, my sister queen, and thank you for being here. And thank you, our brother, because Dominique is a unisex name. Shout out to you and thank you for being here. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution. They know a debt is owed. They know the debt is owed, and they don't want to pay it. So why should we be a part of the system? Fantastic question, fantastic statement. Thank you very much for your contributions, family. And also, A B1 salute to our brother, Big Black God. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold. And I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. And thank you for your birthday wish as well, family. Let's get back into it.
Talking about government institutions. So when
we're not talking about government institutions.
Yeah, we absolutely are. No, we absolutely are talking about government institutions. My entire argument is based around the premise.
You brought up Christianity,
right?
So let's stick with the Bible real quick.
No. This country was founded supposedly on biblical principles. Now, my question is: the government of the United States of America, the Chief Justice Tanner stated that a black man has no rights that he is a white man is bound to respect. That was one of the worst rulings in the Supreme Court history of this country.
I agree.
That then codified, and the difference. Let me go back to what you said. You said that Africans sold conquered Africans into slaves. There's a key distinction. They sold slaves that were conquered in war. They did not create a caste-based system based on a genetic factor of skin color. That's a key distinction that I'm not going to let you avoid that in this debate. So can you acknowledge that the Africans that sold conquered slaves were doing so under a different system, however wrong it may be? There is a key difference between selling someone into slavery and then codifying, which is what white Americans did. They created a caste system based around a non-self-determinable genetic factor. That is what.
All right, family. I'll give him that one. I would give him that one. That was well argued. I'll give him that much right there. I got to tip my hat to him at least on that one. I can't tip my hat to him on anything else, but I'll tip my hat at least to that talking point there. Shout out to our brother Antithesis. Thank you for your Cash App donation, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold. I appreciate your contributions as always, my brother. And thank you for your birthday wish as well, family. Much love to you. Let's let them continue.
What happened? The United States government then legally codified this shit to keep black people as tools to be used. This is why the civil rights movement was so successful, because all we were asking the United States to do was to treat us as what the white man was, which was human beings. Is that not what happened?
And guess what happened? We decided that you should be treated as human beings. In fact, bloodshed happened all over the country. One of the bloodiest war this country has ever seen. They fought for your freedom, and it's not enough. You still demand that you want reparations and you want everything.
No, Nabisco, they didn't fight for our freedom. They were fighting to uphold slavery, and the Union was fighting because slavery was making the South richer than the North. And so the North could not keep the war going as long as the South could. And so the North abolished slavery to make sure it would bankrupt the South. And god dang, Abraham Lincoln said it himself. If I can keep the slaves and preserve the Union, I would do so. If I could release the slaves and preserve the Union, I would do so. And if I can do neither and preserve the Union, I would do so. What are you talking about? Lincoln didn't even want to use the goddamn runaway slaves as soldiers. He was trying to have his generals take them back to the southern states. It was foundational black Americans who said, we're not going back to the damn South. Y'all told us straight off the back, we make it to the North, we're free. We're in the North, we're free. You try to make us go back, we're fighting. And Lincoln had to turn to his generals and say, well, what the hell should we do with these people? And I believe it was General Sherman that said, hey, they want to fight for their freedom. Let them fight for their freedom. And that opened the door for foundational black Americans to get put on the front line. Don't even mistake that they were just a part of the Union. No, they were put on the front line to fight. So when you're talking about people died, the majority of those people who died were foundational black Americans. It wasn't out of altruistic purposes from the Nabisco. If I could preserve the Union and keep the slaves, I would do so. If I can remove, if I can remove the slaves and preserve the Union, I will do so. And if I can do neither and preserve the
else 8 generations later.
family, this is how you know. This is how you know who is grassroots and who isn't. Consistently, when we're eating, when we're on flames, when we're cooking in the kitchen and everything looks like fire around us, yeah, they got to turn on the sprinklers, you know? They got to, you know, remove us from the scenario. You know, they got to mute us. They need to, you know, take away our voice so that we don't give the truth of the matter. Oh, but YouTube's StreamYard or whatever, it ain't gonna matter. You cannot, and I mean you cannot extinguish the fire in this belly. Like I said, the Most High gave it to me and told me no man would be able to dispute it or put it out. So let's get back to what I was saying, shall we? Okay. Now, as I was stating, you guys did not fight a war to free anybody. That was not the goal. That was not the purpose. You were fighting a war to make sure the southern states didn't overpower you in the north. And I'm not even talking about you because you could have been on the conservative side. Let's be honest about it. So you got traitors fighting a bunch of bigots. That's all that was. And the bigots said, well, we'll do better if we get the black man to get out there on the lines for us. Abraham Lincoln said it himself, the war would have been lost if not for the Negro. Not the Nabisco. The war would have been lost if not for the Negro. Thank you. It wasn't Sherman. It was not Sherman. I'm glad you brought up Douglas. It was Douglas that convinced Lincoln to go ahead and use the slaves in the army. So you're absolutely correct on that. Thank you very much for bringing up our brother Douglas, because that was exactly who it was that was trying to convince Abraham Lincoln to actually use foundational Black Americans on the front lines. But let's continue.
Because when you fought for our freedom, that's like asking a father to get Father of the Year for showing up to his son's basketball game.
No, it's not. Now notice, Austin didn't say what I just said. He's making a point that really doesn't need to be made. You fighting for our freedoms is like, you getting applauded for something you're supposed to do. No, Austin, you should have let him know you wasn't fighting for our freedoms. You was fighting to preserve the Union. That was the whole goal of the Civil War, was to preserve the Union. Because the South was trying to break away from the Union. Come on, Nabiscos, come have a seat. Come on and listen to Professor Church in the building. Let me go ahead and educate you, since you dumbasses don't want to go and educate yourselves. The goal of the Civil War was to preserve the Union, because the South was trying to succeed from the Union. And since a lot of the tax money in the colonies was coming from the southern states, they started to starve out the northern states and started to use the money in the way they wanted to use the money, which was upholding their army to fight against the Union. That was the whole purpose. And if y'all wasn't getting y'all ass whipped so damn bad, let me say that again to all the Nabiscos in the room. If y'all wasn't getting your ass whipped so bad, I'm going to say that one more time for dramatic effect. If you was not getting your ass whipped so bad, we wouldn't have to step in and actually help you within that war. And maybe, just maybe, Black folks would have took a little bit longer to get out of slavery. I doubt it, because there was already a bunch of uprisings going on throughout the country, but still. At the end of the day, you needed us. In the very same way you guys always need us. The country, the colonizers, the goddamn people, the settlers, as y'all like to call them, who came over here, needed us. They almost died every step of the way once they got to this land. They didn't know how to grow any food. They didn't know how to hunt for food. They didn't know anything. And it was the Aboriginals. And I hate that they did it, but they did. This is history. Maybe if the Aboriginals would have just let them die it off from famine and all this other stuff, we wouldn't be here today. But your settlers were eating each other. Jamestown. Y'all was eating each other because y'all didn't know what y'all was doing. It was Aboriginals who built this damn country and made it so you didn't have to eat each other anymore. Shout out to our sister Andrea Jones, an economic war. You're absolutely correct. That's what the Civil War was. The Civil War was an economic war. Because the South didn't want to do what the North wanted to do. The South said, screw it, we're pulling our tax dollars back. The North said, no, you can't do that. The South said, watch us. Not only are we going to pull our tax dollars back, but screw it, we're going to leave the Union. The Union said that is an act of war. And the South said, well, let's get it popping. It was not because the North said, hey, we're more dignified up here in the North. And, you know, we don't believe that you should have slaves, good chum. So maybe you should go ahead and let those slaves go. And the goddamn people said, no, we're not going to let our slaves go. We love our slaves down here. And then the North said, well, I must insist that you go ahead and let those slaves go, or we're going to come down there and force you to let them go. No. That's not what happened. As a matter of fact, even after the Civil War was over, and you can look this up, you can research this. Even after the Civil War was over, it took a while for different locations to free their slaves. The Buffalo Soldiers had to go across these regions, across these areas. The Union soldiers would have to get to those areas, and this is why we have several Jubilee days. No pun intended, because I know where they're from, but this is why we have several Jubilee days. This is why we have several Freedom Days. Because in every area, slavery just wasn't abolished in every area at the same damn time. Shout out to Dale. Texas was the last state when they got over here to Galveston. But it took all of that. It took all of that for this country to be built. And it was built off of our backs. It took all of that for the Civil War to be won, and it was won off of our backs. Now, I want to touch on another point that this guy made. Because he says that the Bible, he keeps bringing up the Bible. Family, shall we pull out some Bible verses? Let's go to Romans 13:7. Oh, family, I'll give it a couple of minutes for those at home who has the Bible to go and grab a Bible. And we're going to turn to Romans 13:7. Today, we're going to take them to church. We got to take them to church. Let's do it, family. Give me a hot second. I'm going to just give people a minute. I want to make sure everybody can read along with me or, check the reference book. Okay. All right. Romans 13:7. And it says, give to everyone what you owe them. Give to everyone what you owe them. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If you owe revenue, then revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. Should we say it again? Okay, let me say it again for the Nabiscos in the back of the classroom who are ghost watching. Give to everyone. Come on, you fake Christians. Come on, all the fake Christians, all the Nabiscos who love to hide behind Christianity. Come on over. Have a seat. Have a seat. Give to everyone what you owe them. If you owe taxes, pay taxes. If you owe revenue, then pay revenue. If respect, then respect. If honor, then honor. And it doesn't just land there. We go to Romans 13:8 that says, let no debt remain outstanding. Come on. Come on, Nabiscos. Come on. I know you hate it. I know it burns your soul and your spirit to hear the words of the Most High. Come on in. Have a seat. Let no debt remain outstanding except to continue debt to love one another. For whoever loves others has fulfilled the law. Highlights. Has fulfilled the law. And what is that? Highlight. If you love God, if you love the Most High, if you're a Christian as you claim to be, then one of the first things you should be doing when coming to us and having any conversations with us, acting as Christians, is trying to pay that debt that is owed. Psalms 37:21. Come on, family, let's turn to Psalms. Psalms is a book of wisdom, right? Psalms is the book of wisdom, correct? Yes, let's go to Psalms. We got to go to Psalms. Come on, 37:21. And I'm doing it in this manner because I know some of the Nabiscos in the background are probably going through their Bible right now, just ripping pages out like, God dang it, really? Is he telling the truth? Do not withhold good. Excuse me. That's not the one. Excuse me. The wicked borrower. If I'm remembering correctly, it's a wicked borrower. It's Psalms 37:21. Yeah. Okay. The wicked borrower and the wicked borrow and do not repay, but the righteous gives generously. The wicked borrow and do not repay, but it is the righteous that is generous. Psalms 3:27. Do not withhold good from those to whom it is due, when it is in your power to act. Come on, Nabiscos. Come on, Nabiscos. This is all for you. You're all Christians, right? Well, guess what? You're sitting here being preached to through the Most High, through me, by the Most High. Let me let you know, you're not sitting here for no reason today. I know you wanted to be in the background. I see some of the numbers dropping off because y'all don't like it. You don't like it. It went from 170 to 144. As soon as I start bringing out scripture, I tell people all the damn time, a lot of these people that claim to be Christians, even in our community, I got to be very honest, in the church, they're practicing tradition. They're not practicing scripture. So right now, it is tradition versus scripture. What do they have a tradition of doing versus what the scripture actually says? So you should be, right at home, Nabiscos. But as soon as I put the spotlight on your major talking point, everybody wants to flee. Okay. Get to fleeing. Get to fleeing. I have no problem with it because truth will hurt the devil. When you shine a light on the darkness, everything in it burns. Okay. All right. Now, let's go back over here because we're not going to spend too much time on this at all. We got some real stuff to get into, ladies and gentlemen.
Brandon, nothing
you don't
like
get credit for doing what you're supposed to do. You should have never enslaved us based on skin color to begin with.
I agree with that.
So then what are we having a conversation about, Bo?
Well, clearly not, because you keep interrupting me every 2 seconds. So what I will say is bloodshed happened throughout this country in order to get your freedom. Is that you aren't thankful at all for that?
What kind of freedom did we get though?
You see, when you were no longer slaves,
right? But what did we get? Land grants? Did we get back any sort of record? When we weren't slaves, I'll give you that. Were white slave owners compensated by the United States federal government for the loss of property?
Well, written in the 13th Amendment, they weren't supposed to
answer that question, Bo.
I am, if you would give me an opportunity to.
Oh, Bo's getting mad. Bo's getting heated. Bo is turning red. Can you see him?
That requires a yes or no.
No, it
were
doesn't.
white slave owners compensated by
yes
the U.S.?
No.
Oh, yes, it is.
Can we talk about history?
That's what I'm having.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You can say you're pissed because you know what happened.
I'm not pissed. I'm
Bo is pissed the hell off. Oh, I gotta get okay. I'll give it to Austin. I'll give you that. You pissed. You got the Nabisco pissed off. I love it. I love to see it. Go ahead. All right. Oh God. Oh God. I'm over here in tears right now. All right, let's do it.
Send in the clowns.
I'm annoyed that you won't let me talk.
Go ahead.
Under the 13th Amendment, it wasn't supposed to be, but yes, they were. You wouldn't even let me get to the yes before you interrupted. So yes, landowners were compensated. What's your point? Why do you deserve reparations? You're being a victim.
Not only were
you were never enslaved.
And notice, Austin did not go ham on them or nothing. These folks, all of these bootlicks, for some reason, allow these Nabiscos to tell them to shut the F up. Exactly. That's your Christian. That is your Christian. He's mad. He is completely mad. Kissing cave ass for nothing. Shout out to Hero for Hire. Oh, continue.
Not
only were they
you were never enslaved. I was never a slave owner. You don't deserve reparations. You haven't even discussed that there were black slave owners that enslaved black people.
There were?
Yes. I think there was anywhere between 3,000 to 4,000 black slave owners.
It was 4,000.
Like I said, 3,000 to 4,000.
Right.
And what about only 25% of the Confederate South owned slaves? So you think
none of that matters when their wealth was built up by slaves? It means absolutely nothing, the number of people who own slaves. Because the government sanctioned the ownership of slavery. So the government is responsible. The same government that still exists today. Brad is mad. Go ahead, Brad.
that all white people should be reimbursing you 8 generations later.
No, I don't. Again, you keep making this about, see, the white fragile male ego is really interesting because you keep making this about white people. What I'm looking at is the government institution. I didn't mention white people once outside of looking at who was committing the act. So the United States federal government codified a legal caste system based around color. Now, it just so happens that the ones that were occupying those seats happen to be Caucasians from the mountains of Caucasus. Your inability to acknowledge the fact that when this happened from one generation, compounded across 200 plus years, if you're going to say, and sit across me and say that if you repetitively restrict someone's economic ability to move, that it doesn't have a net negative lasting impact that can impact
generations. You've had the economic ability to move for the last 100 years almost.
Got to give it to Austin again. At least he got to that part. At least he got to the federal government and the sanctioning of slavery in America. Shout out to our good brother Iron Will in the building, as well as our good brother Cool Keezy in the building. Thank you both for being here, as well as our sister M Flower Noy in the building. Much love to you, and thank you for being here as well. And a B1 salute to our good brother Drew Laston. Much love to you, and thank you for being here, family. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always. And thank you for the birthday wish, my brother. Let's continue.
And guess who's outperformed you? Asians, Hispanics, Indians, people from the Middle East have outperformed you over and over again.
Why is that?
You mean the people that are being subsidized by the American government? Okay, go ahead.
Why is that, Bo?
Probably because they came here and they're not victimizing their slavery,
or maybe because
and holding it over everybody's head. Or maybe it's because they stood on their boots and they made a life for themselves.
And they were also able to label themselves as immigrants to receive assistance from the United States federal government off the backs of the work that Black people have been doing to gain their own equivalent.
And you guys have too these last 15 years with DEI and everything else that they've rolled out.
Are you really going to sit here and repeat that? 15 years versus 250. How insane can you be?
Why are you yelling? Why are you so upset right now?
For the same reason you want me to shut the fuck up. Because I'm not upset. I'm just holding you
upset
to a standard that you want to run from.
No, I've asked you multiple times why you just...
About time, Austin. Put some fire in your voice. Put some fire in your belly. You don't let that man tell you to shut the F up. You better go off. The hell is wrong with you? See, I shouldn't even be sitting here rooting for you, Austin. But as a Black man, I can't stand to see this Nabisco talk to you like a punk. Go ahead, Austin. Let some of that outrage out of you. You're trying to hold back because you don't want to look like the angry Black man. No, damn that. As our good brother James Baldwin said, I should be angry. If you can look at America and our conditions and not be angry, then what the hell is wrong with you? Now go ahead, Austin. I'm going to let you finish before we cut this out.
Deserve reparations. You haven't been able to tell me. You basically said that because you are the 8th generation removed from slavery, you deserve it. And I got a question for you. Middle name's Julio. Are you both your parents Black?
They both are Black.
Both are Black. Are they both descendants of slavery?
They are.
So in your what happens with reparations if you have one white parent and one Black parent? Do they get less? How does reparations even work in a system where there's can I just finish, bro?
What happens when you have one foundational Black American parent and one white parent? Well, that child would be eligible for reparations. I mean, that's just the unfortunate truth about it. However, that does not nullify the point at all. He said that as if that was just a winning blow, a game changer right there. No, that's not a game changer. It's not a winning blow. That is not the anchor dropping. That is quite literally just an easy question to answer. That person would be qualified for reparations as well, unfortunately. If you have one parent that is foundational Black American, that stems from the slave fields, that could trace their ancestry back to the slave fields in America here, then yes, they're going to still be included. Exactly. They don't want to go by the one-drop rule anymore. Now that we're talking about paying what's owed, they're acting like the one-drop rule doesn't exist. This is something that they created. This is something that y'all was pushing. All of a sudden, now it's time to make redress. Now it's time to pay reparations. And what about half-breeds? If that half-breed classifies themselves as Black in America, foundational Black American, guess what? That half-breed, he qualifies. Now, if that half-breed has never called themselves foundational Black American or Black American, African American, anything like that, if he had marked white on all his forms and things like that, or she marks white on her forms and things like that, she won't be qualified. It's that simple. Continue.
How does reparations even work in a society where just the government is written with fraud right now? I am talking about how reparations doesn't work today. If it had happened back then, more than happy for it, but it doesn't.
That's their whole little talking point. Oh, if it would have happened back then, I'd have been all for it. But this, that, and third. It did happen back then. And people who look like you took it away. People who look like you took it away. Let's go.
Work today. And let's have that conversation rather than go back 8 generations and continue to complain about slavery.
Well, I already told you my reparations plan wouldn't be the $250,000. Obviously, you must have skipped that part.
And we can end it there, family. That the second time of me hearing that is just enough for me to say, this is why we don't let these bootlegs speak for us. This isn't black grassroots. This is AstroTurf. And not black AstroTurf at that. This is green AstroTurf. This is red AstroTurf. This is blue AstroTurf. But it ain't black AstroTurf. Family, allowing people to talk about things that pertains to us when we're not in the room only falls into a situation where you're now getting owned basically by this Nabisco. You had some good moments. If you guys want to watch the rest of this, I will go ahead and slap this into the chat and you guys can watch it later. There you go. I'll pin it up there so that you guys can watch that later if y'all want to watch the rest of this. If you want to throw up in your own mouth, there you go. However, allowing these people to speak, give permission for a bunch of other people who ain't even from the country to speak. Let's go here, family, because we got to talk about this idiot by the name of Jason Hill. Oh, God dang it. Give me 1 second, family. Hold on. All right. So let's go here. This is a Jamaican tether. Whatever happened to the days when people would come to America and actually want to rock with foundational Black Americans, who would actually tell the truth about foundational Black Americans? There's only one Jamaican that's publicly known that has done such a thing that I really rock with, and it's somebody that you probably wouldn't expect. Kamala Harris' father. Yeah, I know. But Kamala Harris' father, I got to give him his props, because he came over here and he was talking about how mass immigration, illegal immigration, all affects foundational Black Americans. See, I'm not talking about Kid Gravity. Kid Gravity is our brother. That's different. He's in the Black grassroots. I'm talking about people who are publicly known, people who come here to become teachers or lawyers or whatever the situation is. And this is why I say that I gotta say I kind of rock with what Kamala Harris' dad did. I don't rock with the daughter, but he made sure he put out a whole book, a study, saying how foundational Black Americans are hurt due to these kind of policies. But shoo, now we're getting these kind of people. And these people think that they have the right. They think that they have the unmitigated gall and the say so to now speak on something that has nothing to do with them. So let's get into it, shall we?
Washington Journal continues.
Jason Hill is a philosophy professor at DePaul University, joining us this morning as part of our series looking at Black History Month.
Family, this man is a philosophy professor. What the hell do your goddamn, really, you don't have Nothing that says that you can talk on our FBA reparations at all. But what does being a philosophy professor give you that says that you can go and speak on someone's debt that's owed to them in their country? Not a damn thing. You should be somewhere speaking about philosophy. You should be somewhere teaching about theology. Oh, I was about to say theologically. Theology. You should be somewhere teaching about, God dang it, some of the great thinkers and the great minds. Why are you speaking on reparations? And I agree with you, DT. He looks like he is a part of the Skittle bag. He got every color in the bag. This is why he ran from Jamaica, don't you know? That's why he fled, because he was Skittle bagged. He looks like he ate a bunch of Don Lemons. I know you didn't put Dom in there, but I put Dom in there. Shout out to Dale. Let's get into it.
Professor Hill, you wrote a book, What Do White Americans Owe Black People? Racial Justice in the Age of Post-Oppression. How did you answer that question?
Well, I answered it by making the claim that reparations had already been paid. And let me define what I mean by reparations: a restitution or making amends for a wrong that has been done to those who have been wronged by making financial restitution or...
Nigga, please.
What was the financial restitution made to foundational Black Americans? See, with people like this, all you got to do is ask a simple freaking question. What was the financial restitution made to foundational Black Americans? There was none. You can't bring up policies and programs that were social policies and programs and then say, well, that's reparations. No, you just said so yourself. Financially restored. We have not had any financial restitution. And social programs, it's not programs directly for foundational Black Americans. Continue.
Or are the sorts of payments. And my argument is that reparations, by and large, have already been made to Black Americans through the 1964 Civil Rights Act and through affirmative action programs, through...
You mean those programs that you were a part of, that you were able to benefit from? Affirmative action benefited white women. DEI benefited white women and gay white men. What are you even doing here? And shout out to Cool Keezy, because I agree with you 100% fold. He's a meddling moist tether.
Cultural reparations, I argue, have been made through Black Studies programs and basically, you know, the 1972 Employment Act, and that a free society can really go no further in making restitution to a group of people who might have been suffering from the residual effects of slavery.
All right, family. So I wanted you to hear that because I also want everybody to understand me when I say this. Notice he is not in CARICOM telling CARICOM, what do the Asian people owe us? What do the British or the goddamn crown owe us? No. But yeah, he's over here in our business, minding the business that don't pay him. Like I said, these folks have no right to speak on our claim. And this is why delineation is so damn important. Because just a few short years ago, when they was having the whole hearing for HR 40, we had the same type of nonsense going on. Can't dance Owens. And I don't care what anybody says, she is not FBA. She has never claimed FBA. She has never claimed that her family all came, or her family was from, or she had partial family from America. She has never done that. She has always spoke about herself being from St. Thomas. She has always talked about her family being Caribbean. She's had a Caribbean bias the whole damn time. So she is not FBA. Now all of a sudden, the Nabiscos are turning on her and she got some great grandfather who was black, apparently. The hell out of here with that nonsense. Coleman Hughes, the underwear model himself that was dancing around in his drawers, got up there and said the same damn things, knowing he wouldn't qualify. None of these people have the right to speak on anything that we're fighting for at all, whatsoever. Shout out to 13 Mike Travels in the building, as well as Ach and our sister Raha Yaya. Much love to you and thank you for being here as well. Our good brother Be More Bigfoot, shout out to you. Let's go move forward now, because like I said, there's not a lot that I'm not going to have to, I don't need to go through all of that. None of these people need to be in our politics. This is what delineation is about. They keep proving time after time, day after day, how these folks should never be in our politics and why delineation was necessary and is necessary. Yeah, exactly. He was in his underwear on the New York subway. Family, I couldn't even believe it. I'm like, y'all got y'all damn nerve to pull this dude in here. Byron Donalds as well. Thank you very much. Y'all got y'all damn nerve to pull this dude in here to talk about reparations for foundational Black Americans, and he don't qualify for it. And this nigga is on the goddamn train dancing around in his goddamn tidy whities. But let's move into the main focus of today's briefing, family. Today's broadcast is brought to you by the coons, the tap dancers, the people who like to use our history to promote everybody else but foundational Black Americans. You know, like this Westmore character, the political theater children is what I call them now. We got to talk about these tethers and the theater children. And this right here, it really pisses me off. Loving our state does not just mean lying about its history. It means telling the truth, even when the truth is hard. Today, we honor more than 230 Black boys who died at the House of Reformation and lie in unmarked graves. And today, we announced that we are restoring their burial site. You know what you should be doing? The man who talked about we don't need another study for reparations, we need to do the work. Their ancestors need reparations, Westmore. Not some damn tether doing photo ops at unmarked graves. This kid died at 16 years old and was killed on May 9th, yesterday, 1888. And it is 2026. And nobody has been paid reparations or restitution for this. No hate crime bills have been passed. Nothing has been done for foundational Black Americans, but here you are trying to do a photo op. And that's what most of these people are nowadays. They're just a bunch of people out there trying to get photo ops, using our god dang history as photo ops. The ops using our history to get photo ops. And he ain't said nothing exactly. And he ain't said nothing about it the whole time. He ain't said nothing about reparations since he didn't toss that bill to the side. And you wonder why people ain't rocking with y'all. Shout out to Ox. Tether actions justify delineation stance. Abso-dang-lutely family. Absolutely. Let's go here, family. Before we get into the meat of today, pause.
That was crazy.
For sure.
I don't even know what to say.
We can't keep doing this shit, man.
Let me give a B1 salute to our warrior brother, Black Truth United. Our sister, Brooke, Sister Queen. And our good brother, Greg Marcel Dixon, for all that you guys do in front and behind the scenes. Let's get it.
Introducing the B1 Rolodex, the easiest way to search for and support FBA and B1 businesses. Hundreds of entries from the Black grassroots for the Black grassroots. Free to use, free to download, constantly updated. Trouble navigating the document? Try using the map version. Notice a business missing? Use this simple Google form to submit an FBA or B1 business. Also submit anti-Black businesses, which are now being collected in that last tab. Find resources, contact numbers, and much more using the second tab. All the info you need to start practicing group economics today. Go to blacktruthunited.com. That's blacktruthunited.com.
My infatuation with a Black man's beard started in my childhood. Apparently, my father kept his beard solely at my request. I loved playing in it as a little girl. He looked so manly to little tiny me. So my love for a Black man's beard isn't a fad. It's always been in me. The seed for this love offering was planted long ago inside of a little Black girl who loves her daddy. Infused in this beard growth, spray and oil is love, admiration, appreciation, and God's herbs to foster growth, healing, and a touch of softness to the strongest, most powerful men on the planet. Love Bruck, evenmelanin.com.
They say doing the same thing over and over again and expecting a different result is insanity. I say it's stupidity. We as Black Americans have been voting for the Democrats with over 90% of our votes going to them for the past 60 years. And what do we have to show for it? I'll tell you, we are 15 to 20% of the population, but nearly 60% of the homeless. We have aborted over 20 million of our Black babies. Our wealth is heading backwards, and we own less homes now than we did during Jim Crow. I'm not saying vote for the Republicans. I'm saying don't vote for any party. Vote for good policies. If anyone comes to us and they ask for or demand the Black vote, you tell them to show me your Black policies.
I am Greg Marcel Dixon, and I approve this message.
Evenmelanin.com. New healthier glass bottles. No microplastic, can't be wrong. Smooth and even, let the glow begin. Melanin, age with grace at Even Melanin. Melanin, radiant skin where beauty's from within. Melanin, feel the love with Even Melanin. Evenmelanin.com.
All right, family. Y'all didn't see this time, but it did it again. So I had to run an extra clip. But we back, and we're back even stronger. Damn it. Let's go here. We got to talk about. Oh, 1 second, family. What the hell? Everything just went haywire. All right. Y'all trying y'all hardest to piss me off here today, huh? All right, bet. I'll tell you what. The Most High got me, and I refuse to let the devil strike me. So let's continue, shall we? Let's talk about what's happening in Tennessee. We got to talk about what's happening in Tennessee. As we just shown with one tether, we got to now go into a bootlick. I'm not sure if this dude is a tether or not, but I damn sure know that we got to talk about what's happening in Tennessee. So let's start here.
And if that is the case, let me make it easier for you. Let Memphis secede from the state of Tennessee. You don't have to redraw maps when you let us out. Let my people go.
Family, what the hell is this man talking about? What the hell is Antonio Perkison talking about? I'm going to run this back. Got to run it back.
And if that is the case, let me make it easier for you. Let Memphis secede from the state of Tennessee. You don't have to redraw maps when you let us out. Let my people go.
Family, what the hell? I keep playing this because I'm trying to understand what the hell this man is trying to say. What are you trying to say, Mr. Perkinson? I am quite literally confused by what you want to do. Do you want Memphis to become a state of the United States, its own state? I am very confused, family. Can anybody tell me what the hell he's talking about? Because if you want to leave Memphis, you can just leave Memphis. Let's try it again.
And if that is the case, let me make it easier for you. Let Memphis secede from the state of Tennessee. You don't have to redraw maps when you let us out. Let my people go.
By letting us out. What do you mean by letting us out? Like I said, these people are talking as if we're still enslaved and everything pertains to slavery. Everything This is the Democrats right now. This is everything the Democrats are doing right now. I've never heard of it either. I've never heard of it. It sounds crazy. Exactly. He out there quoting Moses. All right, family. So that was all because of the redistricting that's going on in Tennessee. So I want to go here before we get to the main guy of this broadcast here, Justin Pearson. Let's go to his little tag team buddy who he was expelled with. Let's go here. Good. Can you guys not hear? Oh, Jesus. These folks. All right, let's do it again. 1 second, family. Can you all hear me, family? Can I be heard? Check, check. Microphone check. 1 2 1 2. Shout out to our sister, Mrs. L, in the building. Much love to you, my sister. Thank you for being here. Family, they is trying their hardest. I'm telling you, family. My broadcast has never been messed with so much in one day. They mess with my broadcast, but it has never been back to back to back to back like this. And I get why they're doing it, because every time they do it, I'm losing more and more viewership because I have to take out some time to now back out and come back in. But you will not win. The devil is a lie. The Most High will always be the truth. Now let's get back over here to Justin's little buddy that he was expelled with and what he had to say.
Just finished an almost 10-hour day on the House floor here, where most of the Stephen Miller policy agenda was pushed through by these MAGA Republicans who we serve with very little debate. And as one of the bill sponsors said, these bills were not brought by people here in Tennessee or by their constituents, but were brought by Stephen Miller and an interest in the White House pushing this white supremacist agenda and using Tennessee as a testing ground, as they said. Just yesterday, we were the first state to mandate that every one of our counties has to comply with ICE. Our local sheriffs have to get involved in the 287G.
Good. I am so happy. Now, maybe we can do that around other blue states who are trying to protect these illegals. Go ahead.
Requiring them to hold undocumented immigrants. We heard a lot of dehumanizing language, racist rhetoric, fear-mongering, even a constitutional amendment doing something that's already a law, but saying that we don't want undocumented people voting, which is not an issue, but it's just about creating fear about brown people and pushing this mythology, this narrative, going after immigrants. And so this is what we've seen today. A shameful day, nothing to better the lives of people, just more hate and vitriol from... Hey, y'all, just finished.
All right, so that was the first clown. And honestly, I'm happy that Tennessee has been mandated. I'm happy that they mandated every city to work with ICE. Let's see more of it. Go ahead, brown clown. You can be mad all you want. But yeah, those illegals got to go. They got to go. Now, let's get into the clown himself, shall we? And we can't have the clown himself without giving him his proper intro, shall we?
Send in the clowns.
Okay, let's go, Justin. You have some things to say about the redistricting? Let's hear what you had to say. You know what? Let me pull this down for a hot second. I'm going to need some hot stuff, baby, this evening. And to our sister, Mrs. D, I saw that you asked me, what did I do for my birthday? I, last night, went and whispered in some ears. And tonight, I'll be doing a little karaoke, you know what I'm saying? I'll be doing a little harmonizing, you know what I mean? I'm going to go out there and let my voice be heard in a different way, you know what I'm saying? And I might go and whisper in some more ears, you know? It was a very eventful 24 hours, to say the least, already. You know, who knows what tonight might hold? I might go out there dressed as Prince. I might go sing some Purple Rain all over the place tonight. You know what I'm saying? All right, let's get over here, shall we? Let's get over here. Bada bing, bada boom. All right, let's get it in. Okay. Oh, snap. I'm sorry, family. I thought I brought it up. Here we go. I'm sitting there just playing it. We all sitting in silence. I'm sorry. My fault, family. Let's continue.
What you are doing today is eviscerating the only Black majority congressional district in our state because we are majority Black. We are here because this Republican Party has to seek to steal elections and seats because the president and the party have refused to address the pain, the suffering, and the struggling of everyday Tennesseans. This is about attacking, targeting, and cracking District 9 into pieces for more political and racial dominance and white supremacy in the state of Tennessee. And we need to realize that the Cali decision that you all are basing your decisions off of that gutted the Voting Rights Act, that Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching, so that more people might be able to ascertain access to this constitutional democratic republic experiment that is currently being gutted.
All right, family. So it's very interesting to me that he sat there and talked about how the Voters' Rights Act is paved in blood, which it is. I can't agree. But what were you doing before the stuff got gutted? Or in your words, got gutted? You wasn't going around talking like this just a year ago or 2 years ago. You wasn't going around because you've been around. You've definitely been around. You haven't been speaking like this. You know how you've been speaking? Let's take a little trip down memory lane, shall we? Let's take a trip down memory lane. Hold on, because I want to. What? There we go. Let's get into some of what he stands for and what he stood for before a time. Shout out to our good brother Black RU, and thank you for your Cashapp. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my warrior brother. And thank you for your birthday wish. And thank everybody who's come in for your birthday wishes as well as our sister Miss D. You don't have to, excuse me, not Miss D. Shout out to Miss D though. Our sister Mrs. L. Shout out to you. It's not belated, it's today. So thank you for your beautiful wishes, each and every one of you. And I plan to live this 40 life up. You know, my brother just hit me. He's 2 years older than me. And he just texted me a few seconds ago while I was broadcasting with you guys. And he says, "You're 40 now. You're old now." And I want him to know, and I want everybody else to know, no, I am not. 40 is not old at all. I used to hate when Jay-Z used to say this, 40 is the new 30. I won't say 40 is the new 30, but 40 is just as useful if you want to be just as youthful. 50 is youthful. I know a woman who's 70 years old who looks bad as a mother lover. And when I say bad as a mother lover, I mean her body is snatched. She works out all the time. She got all grades, but she is a fine mother lover, and I don't give a damn. And she is 70 years young. Okay, she is not 70 years old. She is 70 years young. So trust me, when I say I'm 40 young, I'm 40 young. Dang it, I'm youthful as I am, and I'm gonna continue to be. God dang it. But my brother, you know, he's 2 years older than me, so I should have threw it back at him. But no, I then would be basically confirming what he said. But shout out to each and every one of you. Much love, much love. Now, thank you, Forever Young. I want to be forever young. And that's what I'm going to be. I proclaim it. In the words of the Most High, as a man thinketh, so he is. Shout out to each and every one of you. Now, family, I want to take a trip down memory lane real quick. I want to remind some folks some things.
Transgender people are people, representative, and deserve to be treated as such by this body too. It is.
Hold up. We're not going to slow roll you. Continue.
So interesting that you changed the words of Thomas Jefferson from what he actually wrote, which was all men are created equal and endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And it's also interesting that all of the names that you mentioned who built the foundations of this country were elite, slave-owning white men. It is fascinating that you think those are the virtues that we need to propagate and support by passing anti-transgender children legislation. And how remarkable that you think you have the American view, the lack of democratic behavior, the lack of supporting of inclusion, the lack of supporting people for who they truly are. That is against who we are. That's why you even had to try and change the name from all men to all people.
It is a bill that is squarely designed to make.
So what does he stand for? He was standing for fighting for transgender children. There's no such thing as transgender children, but yet this is the policy that this man chose to fight against. This is what this man actually stands for, and you can't just say that it was just this one incident. No, let's go here.
Terrible bill. Because it is perpetuating the harm and the injustice and inequality that we've been seeing in this legislative body for much too long. One of the biggest questions you have to ask yourselves is, how will this teacher know the biological sex of these children? Are we inviting them to find out? Leader Cochran, because if not, then you need to assume that a child knows what it is they would like to be called.
Family, this man is asking the stupidest questions in the world. How can a teacher know whether it is a boy or a girl? How can a teacher know whether or not a female is a female and a male is a male by just looking at them. He said that the children would know more what they would like to be called. My son, when he was younger, when he was a kid, my son loved to play like he was a dinosaur. Do you think we went and changed his gender to say that he's a dinosaur? My son used to play a superhero when he was young, had a little cape and everything. Do you think I let my son believe that he can go out into the world and fight crime? My son loved Legos. And he thought that he could build a car, a real life vroom, 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 out of Legos. You think I let my son go outside and start building a car? No, it was up to me as his father to let him know. Son, I'm glad you're having fun. But you know, damn Tyrannosaurus Rex. A Tyrannosaurus Rex would rip you to shreds. Good sir. I had to let him know, son, I know you want to be a superhero. But if you're not doing it by becoming a police officer or a firefighter or, you know, something in those lines, you're not going to be able to put on a cape and jump off a roof. You're going to break your legs. I had to tell him, son, you can make a car shape out of Legos, but you cannot put an engine in there and you can't really drive that because it's just a toy. These are just toys. Sometimes as a parent, your job is not to shatter their reality, but to bring them gradually back to reality. So, when this man is sitting there talking about children knows what they would rather be called, you're pushing an LGBTQ agenda on our children, which is not pro-black. You're acting as predators when talking about our children. Continue.
Affirms the dignity of those individuals. Otherwise, you're inviting teachers to make assumptions about the children that they're supposed to be serving that could be antithetical to how that child identifies and even potentially what their biological sex actually is. This is part of the reason why this is such problematic behavior of this body and such problematic legislation. The National Education Association actually talks about the benefits of ensuring that people's pronouns are used. Partly, and especially for transgender, non-binary, or questioning folks who might not be out yet in particular, they say it's really important that we respect people because it affirms their gender identities and it ensures classrooms remain safe spaces by referring to people in the way that feels most accurate to them. Goes further, when correct names and pronouns are used, statistics show that suicide rates drop, while trust and feelings of belonging increase. Addressing someone by the wrong name or misgendering them by using incorrect pronouns can feel disrespectful, harmful, and even threatening to a gender-diverse person. Misgendering results in marginalization and communicates that a person's identity is not seen as important. This is what this body is seeking to do. Dehumanize children.
No, that's not what the body was seeking to do. The body was seeking to protect children from people such as yourself. You people would love to have children have more than a say than their parents, and that is ridiculous. This is 2023, though. This is why this is when Biden was president. This is when Democrats was running stuff. Were they working towards codifying the Voters' Rights Act? Or passing John Lewis Voting Rights Act bill? No, they wasn't. They was too busy doing this. This ain't the only, hold on, this ain't it. This ain't it.
From Justin Pearson to the mic.
Yeah! Woo! You dropped your flag.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
How's it going?
Oh,
You too.
absolutely wonderful, fantastically amazing, beautiful.
You too.
Absolutely wonderful, fantastically amazing, beautiful. This is what Shelby County look like. This is what Tennessee look like. This is what these United States of America look like. This is what we look like. Standing tall and proud and beautiful as each and every one of you are doing. The mic gonna go in and out, but I'm the son of a preacher, so it's gonna be all right. Look, we know what we're up against. We got people in positions of power abusing their authority. Misusing the positions that they're supposed to use not to do something inferior to people. And instead they pass laws. Laws to ban gender affirming care. Pass laws to make it so that you don't have access to the medicine that you need. They pass laws to do things to try and make.
This was last year, March 31st of 2025. So you've been out there putting the whole transgender situation on your back. You've used your whole time in office to speak for everyone else. So when you go around and you do this performative act right here and expect me to believe that you're actually working for us, you got me messed up. You gotta be kidding. You gotta be smoking on the stuff that Al Sharpton used to damn sell. Let's go here, family. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Because like I said, once they shut down my situation, they messed up all my clips. But we still here. We are still here. And I have no problem taking time out of my day to make sure we complete the assignment. Right here. Let's go here, family.
So is Scott doing a good job, Ben? Come on, say that. I like it.
One of the reasons I was so high on Scott Turner is he was really the
What the
driving
hell?
force.
Oh, this wasn't the clip. Oh, dang it. I thought that was the clip. It isn't the damn clip. Anyway, y'all saw this. This is the boy he calls, this is what Justin calls the boy he heard around the world. This all was political theater. It all was political theater. These folks was causing ruckus. Let's go here. Shout out to our good brother Black Alpha, because he brought up such a wonderful point on this. Black Alpha and our brother Greg Marcel Dixon, shout out to the both of them. You know, neither one of them did any of this. Afro Elite, he didn't do any of this. Our brother Melrose Mike, he didn't do any of this. Our sister Brooke didn't do any of this. Our brother Divine didn't do any of this. But yet, all these Democratic shills came out and tried to demonize the people who actually said something that was beneficial to foundational Black Americans. That is beneficial to foundational Black Americans. That is all about foundational Black Americans. But they dogged us. They talk about us like we're not even the children of the Most High. They called us agitators. They said that we were FBI and CIA and all this other crap. But these people are doing this. And nobody is saying nothing about it. They're trying to martyr this guy. Well, not martyr, because that would be if he got unalive. But they're trying to put this guy on a high pedestal. They're trying to attach this man to the civil rights generation. They're trying to attach this dude to the goddamn civil rights leaders. You think I'm joking? I am not joking. Let's get through these clips. I'm about to show you some stuff. That's the whole gameplay right here. The whole gameplay is to link this dude to people like Malcolm X and Martin Luther King.
That Voting Rights Act was paid in blood. It was not just a parchment of paper signed into law. It was paid in blood on the Edmund Pettus Bridge. Paid in blood by Medgar Evers, paid in blood by Fannie Lou Hamer. It's been paid in blood year over year, time after time, assassination after assassination, lynching after lynching. We are still here. This nation, this state has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one Black woman said, your ancestors enslaved us, denied us of our rights, called us 3/5 of a person, and yet we are still here.
Shout out to Southern Breeze. I can't let them continue without doing this.
Send in the clowns.
Put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here. You destroyed Tulsa. You killed and lynched Black folks on Poplar Tree. Shelby County, Tennessee had the most lynchings of anywhere in this state where you're taking this district, and we are still here.
Why wasn't you talking like this since you got in office? And why aren't you continuously speaking like this to make sure we get a hate crime bill? To make sure we get some policy? We've been talking about reparations, and you're talking about trans children. Where is this energy? Where was this energy before this nonsense? All because you're about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. You about to lose your job. You's about to lose your job. Get this dance. You about to lose your job. Now all of a sudden it's, we done died and we was hung from poplar trees. Someone called this man Timu Luther King, and I fell the hell out. Because that's exactly what you're getting out of this dude. Timu Luther King.
This is a white power rally and a white power grab.
Now, family, if I go into any public office and I set fire to anything in that bitch, they would tackle me and they will arrest me with the quickness. This is how you know this is performative. But I'm going to show you proof that all of this is performative. Yeah, we're not going there. All right. So this is the image they want people to look. Those are all Democrats there, just so you know, family. That wasn't Black Americans coming together to support the dude. No. That was all Democrats who were there. You know how I know? Because I'm about to show you that Jasmine Crockpot's bestie, old Liz, is there as well. Let's continue. Look, family. Look at the people who are all yelling, who all has a problem with what's going on. Do you see any black folk? Do you see any black folk? Do you see any black folk? You got one black guy that I've seen here, and he's holding a camera. He ain't even there with them to protest with them. He's there to document. Whose house? Whose house? Whose house? All Nabiscos. This woman looked Latino. Whose house? This man is there. He ain't saying nothing. He's just looking around. Not even a light-skinned, not even light-skinned. You don't see nobody. Where are the Black Americans? Where are the foundational Black Americans? All you see shot out is a sea of whites. And as our good brother Hula Gang said, shout out to you, family. Much love to you, and thank you for being here. And they're all beat as hell. 10 Nabiscos. Brother Reese said this is a mockery of our marches and protests. Absolutely. Absolutely. Shelly, you said it, and I must oblige. I must oblige.
Send in the clowns.
Somebody just said, I don't want... Who said that? Let me hold on. Let me see if I can find that. One of the family just said, I don't like to disrespect clowns like that. Oh, shout out to whoever put that in the chat. There you go. My brother Reef. He said, me personally, I refuse to insult clowns by saying he's one of them. There are more fitting objectives for him. Scissor Bill, Claude, Oath, Sook, Potro. He said, you just messing with clowns. Like, do you disrespecting the clowns? Family, they didn't pant the whole damn room, and most of the people there are god dang Nabiscos. And this dude right here looked like Coleman Hughes. But they want you to believe that this is the next civil rights leader. He is the new civil rights leader. You got 1, 2, 3, the dude that was recording, and the other guy who wasn't saying anything in a business suit. So that's 5 black folk that I've seen in this whole goddamn video. But he's a civil rights leader. Let's go here, family.
Because this is it, trying to may force us to capitulate. Yeah. And I appreciate y'all not capitulating. And I'm gonna take the votes. I'm gonna speak up and speak out. But this is the problem with our democracy. This is the problem when white supremacy rules and governs and guides instead of democracy. Okay. Come on. Where you going? Where the car? Going into the lion. Going into a van right now.
Family, he's surrounded by white folks. He's being interviewed by white folks. He's being arrested by white folks. What does any of this have to do with us? It's all political theater. Let's go here, family. Hold on.
Hi, buddy. I love you. You want to keep your phone? You want to get your phone? Okay. And I got your code. I love you so much.
All right, let's go here. Because this was not how this man spoke. The way that he out there calling people, boy, the F is wrong with you. With the way he's speaking now, this man was not speaking like this when he started to run. Before he ran, after leaving his predominantly white college, and we all know that you do code switch. You're code switch. I understand that. But this isn't code switching. This is, once again, a Jasmine Crockett situation. This is a Jasmine Crockpot situation. Let's go here, family. This is how he was speaking before versus the way he was speaking after he found out that he was going to be redistricted out of his seat. Let's go here.
President of BSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Here, you've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you will take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Shout out to the hula gang, Carlton Banks. I can't let you disrespect Carlton like that. Let me tell you why. Because Carlton was the real gangster out of the whole goddamn show. Carlton was the gangster. Y'all remember when Will took him to the hood just to scare him a little bit and left him with the homies? And then him and Jazz went to go get food. And then they came back and Carlton was just certified. Carlton knew that wasn't even the same situation as let me be very clear when I say Carlton was a gangster. Y'all remember when him and Will was at the ATM and somebody was trying to rob him and Will got shot for Carlton, trying to protect him. And then Carlton went to the hospital to go see him. And he gave Will a hug. And Will felt that gun. And Carlton looked him straight up in the face like, hey, it is what it is. What Will do? You said you owe me. You said you owe me. If you owe me, I want that gun. Give me that gun. Carlton gave him the tool. And he walked out. And what did Will do? He emptied the gun and started crying. Carlton has always been C-note. He just needed the space to basically open it up. So yeah, we're not going to give him C-note. No, we're not going to give him C-note at all. But you know who I will give him? He looks easy to draw too. But I will say this. What he reminds me of, Justin reminds me of a Tommy Davidson character. Something or somebody that Tommy Davidson would play in A Living Color. That's who he reminds me of. He reminds me of a character that Tommy Davidson would play or create. Oh yeah, Uncle Phil was a gangster too. Don't get it messed up now. Uncle Phil was a gangster too. You seen when old girl came, I forget her name, but it was one of him and Viv's old friends came through, and she tried to look down on him because of the fact that he decided to fight from the office instead of going into the streets. Yeah, he had to let her know, this is me, Olafame. The same Olafame that was with you when Harlem went up. But I fight differently now. I got a family. I have fought for affirmative action in one. I have fought for many little cases in one. And I am not afraid to write a big fat check for something that I believe in. So don't you dare look your damn nose down at me. Viv had to grab him on the shoulder to calm him down. He looked at her like, oh, shit, did I go too far? Let's not talk about when he went down to the pool hall to get his damn car back. Oh, yeah, he was not playing no game. Phil was a G. And so Carlton, by nature and blood, that genius was passed down into him. He just needed the opportunity to show it off. Don't ever get it confused. Uncle Phil was from the hood. Lucille, exactly. Exactly. But I digress, family. We can never put Carlton on this man. But like I said, he does look like a character that Tommy Davidson would play. Hell, I couldn't even give him Urkel because even Urkel jumped into a goddamn machine and came out with Stefan. Stefan was kind of with the business too. He was not with the shits. But he was a lover, not a fighter. But he would fight if he needed to. Exactly. When he got at the police, when they arrested Carl and Will over driving the car that his partner asked Carlton to drive. Did you? No, let me tell you something. That nigga was not having it. He started talking to his wife. Don't you dare tell my wife to sit down. Like, what's going on here? Who are you? Oh, good news. We found your car. And we fought the corporates who stole it. Those are not the corporates. I mean, the culprits. Those are my partner's children. Partner. You know, Phil looked him dead in the eyes and hit him with that legal partner. When you questioned them, did you call their parents? No, because we're their parents. Did you allow them to call an attorney? No, because I'm their attorney. You see, once I get that law degree, that's the energy I'm coming with, that big Phil energy. You got me messed up. Anyway, family, let's get back to this so we can get up out of here, shall we? Y'all know I ain't lying in this piece, god dang it. I want y'all to see, while they're doing all this nonsense, this is all performative. This is all for clicks. This is all for clicks. You think that he's posing like this? Oh, dang it. Did the sound go out again? The share screen audio. All right, let's see. Let's see. Hold on. Give me 1 second, family. Let me try to stop screen. Let's try sharing that again. Hopefully it'll come on back if we need it. Yeah, I know you guys can hear me, but it popped up saying that the shared screen audio went out. So, family, like I was saying, you think that he didn't say, oh, this is going to be a good picture right here. You didn't think that he anticipated getting this photo? Exactly. Like a fake Malcolm. They're out here trying to get these photo ops to make him look like he's a god dang civil rights legend. They're taking these pictures and putting them in black and white. Before we get there, let's go here.
Yeah, no, it's
Family, that is majority white folks. And the people who's leading it are Democrats. Exactly. Thank you. This is what I was just doing. Eye rolling. But here, let's go here. Let's go here, shall we?
They did burn Tulsa. They did do a Memphis massacre. They did lynch us on poplar trees, and still we're here. So our message to the white supremacists who have decided that we somehow have lost, that this is finally the nail in the coffin. We hear the echoes of our ancestors who have still made real the ideals of the Constitution written on that parchment of paper in our blood, that y'all, we the people. The reason I love those three words aren't because they old, it's because it sounds so black. We the people. 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 We the people.
Hold up. There she go. There you go. There she go. Hold up. Gotta play her drop.
Brain fried, scrambled like eggs in a skillet. Ooh. Thoughts running loose. Ooh. Can't even pin it. Ooh. Opinion spilling. Nonsense offended. Logic took a vacation. She ain't in it. Ooh. Caught in the fog, lost in the static. Ideas chaotic, vibes erratic. Speeches gymnastics, flips acrobatic. Words land hard, awkward and tragic. Ooh. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Lost keys, no pockets. Talking loud, no logic. Every thought catastrophic. Dumber than a box of Crockett's. Every move out of pocket.
Family, that's how you know this was led by the Democratic Party. In the very same way, she was right there doing the Black Lady Courtroom. Black Lady Courtroom. Black Lady Courtroom. So that's who you have around him that are black. The people who aren't black, they're blue. The people who are shills. A tether who is French. Yeah, family. Like I said, this is all for show. This is all for show. And so your boy, Justin, has been on his little media press tour, as they, always will, because the Democrats are trying to solidify who this person is. They're trying to give this person legitimacy. This guy who was more for trans than anything else. I ain't heard him talk about no reparations. He ain't talk about no transformative black agendas. He hasn't talked about or spoke about no anti-black hate crime bill, but yet he can get on the floor and put his best reverend voice on. His best reverend voice for a bunch of damn illegals and a bunch of people who actually ain't a part of the black community. Let's go here. Doing that shit again, huh? Hold on. Please let me know if y'all can hear the video, family.
You all are going to have a lot to repent for, because these actions are evil, and we have to use that language. This is what evil looks like. In the Christian Bible, which I read from, it says, we wrestle not against flesh and blood, but against wickedness and principalities in high places. This is it. When the governor, the president of the United States, the state senators, the state house members put their consciousness second for political convenience.
Oh, my brother. Hold up. I won't even let you wait that long. We'll go back. Now, he was stomping like that because he said that the Republicans think they're going to win this gerrymandering, fight this gerrymandering war. And the Holy Spirit said it ain't going to work. 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 Just for a little context. I want you all to notice how he's at a college. He's at a graduation right now. Let me pull this down for a second. He's at a graduation doing this. Yeah, family. So yeah, that's the type of energy. Like I said, performative. Exactly. Don't ask. No questions. Don't ask. No questions. I said, don't ask. No questions. Just give us the money. That's exactly what he sounds like. The Chitlin circuit. All right, let's go back. I just wanted to play that real quick since somebody brought it up. I just had to let y'all know, yeah, it's already happened. It's already happened. He helped Gilligan get off the island. Let's get back over here.
To the detriment of a community that has been marginalized and sought to be obliterated in every facet for nearly 400 years. That's no other word than evil. And yet we're told, just stay peaceful. Just keep going along to get along. Go try and get a single bill passed. Which committee are you on? Things that don't matter. If we do not have the power to transform the system, if we do not get power at the city council, the school board, the county commission, in state houses, if we don't get power and use it for the benefit of liberation for everybody, we don't deserve it.
You guys had the power. You had the power in 2020 when Biden got in office, and y'all had the House and the Senate. And y'all chose to use your power to crack open the border and to put all of the people that came through the border into black neighborhoods and give them our resources. You chose to fight for LGBTQ and transgender people. You chose to fight for Asians who lied and said Black Americans were abusing them and they were suffering from hate crimes under Black Americans. the Democratic Party backed them, as well as the Republican Party backed them. When you had the power, did you guys bring us a hate crime bill? Nope. When you had the power, did you guys bring us an actual reparations bill? No. When you guys had the power, did you guys bring forth any type of transformative policies for the Black community? The answer is no. So don't talk about if we don't have the power to make change. You showed what the change would look like and who the change would be for. You did the exact same thing that Barack Obama did when he spoke about change. And nobody took the time to ask, change for whom? And now everybody has taken the time to ask, change for whom? Let's continue.
Yesterday in the state of Tennessee was a political lynching. It is very much an era of retribution that we are entering into in the United States of America across the South, where 12 to 20 United States House seats that are Black majority are at risk of being.
I'm sorry, family, but this woman is not beating the linebacker allegations at all. She is not going to be beating the linebacker allegations.
Taken away, and nearly 200 seats for state house members and state senate members are likely to be taken away by the rise of white supremacy and its attempt to solidify its power on behalf of the biggest white supremacist in the United States of America, which is the president of the United States. I was expelled, and my other Black colleague was expelled from the Tennessee General Assembly, standing up against gun violence, while our white colleague was not. That's not accidental or coincidental. This is a part of who the Tennessee General Assembly is. But in this particular moment, we all have to stand up, speak up, and fight back from whatever positions we have in every part of this country. At the State House, in the governor's mansions, we need to be advocating and fighting and resisting, because what just happened in Tennessee was the largest and the most swift disenfranchisement of Black people that we have seen in at least a century.
Oh, really? While you're sitting right next to Kristen Clark, the woman that refused to go after the race soldiers that was unaliving us unjustifiably? You got your damn nerve. But like I said, these are the people they're trying to bestow instant legitimacy on. Let's go here.
I mean, it'd be absolutely detrimental. And that's the intention of the Republican Party. I mean, white supremacy is a core pillar of the Republican Party. Donald Trump is the biggest white supremacist in the United States of America, who is pushing these states to take these actions. And they are willingly capitulating, from Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, Lieutenant Governor Rand McNally, all the way to the governors of Alabama and Mississippi. By not having Black representation, this puts us back in 1964, 1960, 1955, where Black people to be able to advocate for their issues and the concerns that we had. The Voting Rights Act was the most substantial piece of legislation because it started to make the ideal of democracy become a little bit more realized, and now that has been gutted. And so that takes away the voices that are necessary to speak to the issues of some of the most oppressed people in the United States of America who've endured the worst that this country can do. And that's what we're going to lose in Congress.
How do you see that going?
I mean, it'd be absolutely detrimental. And that's the intention of the Republican Party. I mean, white supremacy is a core pillar of the Republican Party. Donald Trump is the biggest white supremacist in the United States of America, who is pushing these states to take these actions. And they are willingly capitulating, from Bill Lee, Cameron Sexton, Lieutenant Governor Rand McNally, all the way to the governors of Alabama and Mississippi. By not having Black representation, this puts us back in 1964, 1960, 1955, where Black people to be able to advocate for their issues and the concerns that we had. The Voting Rights Act was the most substantial piece of legislation because it started to make the ideal of democracy become a little bit more realized, and now that has been gutted. And so that takes away the voices that are necessary to speak to the issues of some of the most oppressed people in the United States of America who've endured the worst that this country can do. And that's what we're going to lose in Congress.
How do you see that going?
I mean, it'd be absolutely detrimental. And that's the
Family, I like, and I have to pull this down, I like what this woman said better. Let's go here.
As well than what he did out there in the hallways with that state trooper.
You know, this discount Malcolm Luther the King, I mean, he needs to go somewhere and...
She called him discount Malcolm Luther the King. She blended up both of them. It's a Malcolm Luther the King. Go, woman, go.
A trooper.
You know, this discount Malcolm Luther the King, I mean, he needs to go somewhere and sit down, frankly. You know, this performative campaign ad speech, I mean, it's so embarrassing. And especially for someone, you know, a person of color, as the left would say. I mean, this does not represent the Black community. It's performative. It is a political stunt. And frankly, again, we're not sending our best to Congress
Chris?
or to the state.
What's wrong with you?
As well than what he did out.
Thurgood Marshall Garvey. Shout out to you for this one. That is good. Thurgood Marshall Garvey. But family, do you believe this? Do you believe this at all?
What's wrong with you?
As well than what he did.
What's wrong with you? What's wrong with you?
Why he bite his lip like that? Watch how he bite his lip after he said, "What's wrong with you?"
What's wrong with you?
This man, he's looking like he's ready to catch a fade, but he knows he ain't about to throw one bow. He ain't about to throw not one hand. Family, when I say they're trying to make a big whoop out of nothing, let me show you something here. How we lose Black power in Memphis when a white congressman named Steve Conan was running the so-called Black district. That ain't a Black voice. That's a white mic sitting on a Black block. You didn't lose Black power. You finally noticed you never had it. I'm going to read that last part one more time for the people in the back. Not Moist Megger. Moist Megger. Oh, Mega Moist Evers. Oh, that is crazy. All right. I'm going to read this one more time at the end. That's not white power. Excuse me, that's ain't a Black voice. That's a white mic sitting on a block. You didn't lose Black power. You just finally noticed you never had it. They want you to be all up in arms. And this is why you seen all them Nabiscos out there. This is why you seen all those Nabiscos out there. They know who is really running that district. They know who is really running the district. Shout out to our sister C. Phillips Davis in the building. Much love to you. And thank you for being here. Now, I want to go here because I told you I want to show you guys that this is all performative. And this is what it was made to look like. Let's go here. He put up this picture. Right? After I didn't show you the picture of him standing in front of the officer. I want you to tell me whether these pictures look performative to you. Let's go here. This is him kneeling and crying at the memorial for the 14th and 15th Amendment. Here's a picture that they put out where he's comparing himself to Martin Luther King. Okay, like I said, I just want you to tell me if you feel if these things are performative. This is what Time Magazine put out. That's the very same picture that he went and took. Ain't it? Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. All right. And the most egregious one thus far. The most egregious. You all need to see this one too. This one right here. This one right here. Shout out to our sister, Mrs. L. Thank you for your Cash App donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my sister. Didn't I say they're trying to turn him into a new age civil rights legend? Didn't I say they're trying to put him in the same book as Martin Luther King and Malcolm X? And they're going to put Barack Obama, John Lewis, Messy Jesse. And you know how I feel about Messy damn Jesse.
Fuck Jesse J.
One more time.
Fuck Jesse J.
For dramatic effect.
Fuck Jesse J.
And then it has our legacy is our power. Like I said, family, this is the old Democratic play. This is the old Democratic play. Let me pull this down for a second because it's telling me once again that the sound is not working because the next clip I'm going to play has sound. 1 second, family. Whoops-a-daisy. All right, let's go here, family. What in the world? All right. Let's go here. Didn't I say they're trying to make him and put him in the same light as civil rights legends? Watch what this girl says. And notice, it's a Nabisco or a Nabisco half-breed.
Familiar with these photos from the 1960s? These are photos of two black activists. Are you familiar with these photos from the 1960s? These are photos of two black activists being held from legislative meetings in Memphis, Tennessee. Just kidding, these photos are actually from April 7th, 2026. And not only are they activists, but they are members of Congress being held from meetings where they are supposed to be. With the repeal of—
No, they wasn't supposed to be there. They was there actually protesting. That isn't their job. This wasn't a job that, this wasn't something that he was given to do as a representative. No. As a matter of fact, the representatives wasn't even supposed to be there. But continue.
Section 2 in the Voting Rights Act, Republicans in Tennessee are gerrymandering the crap out of Memphis, the single majority black district in all of Tennessee. The one district that covered Memphis is now being split into 3 parts, each receiving a third of all black voters. Which not only means that there's no district representing the black vote, it actually turned this blue district into 3 separate Republican districts. And this is where Justin Jones and Justin Pearson come in. Justin Jones represents the 52nd District in the House of Representatives for Tennessee, and Justin Pearson represents the 86th District in the House. If you didn't know, these are two of the Memphis Three. They, along with Gloria Johnson, fought for reform laws after the Covenant School tragedy. And immediately after this, Justin Jones and Justin Pearson were ousted by their own colleagues. They were voted out, and Gloria narrowly avoided losing her position, but let's play a spot the difference game to guess why. And a piece of poetic justice is Justin Jones, after he was ousted, there was a special election for his seat, and he won that back. So obviously the people wanted him there. But all of that over wanting children to be safe at school. Now, Samuel Alito, who is the Supreme Court justice who decided to rule out Section 2, made the claim that there was a larger turnout of Black voters than white
Section 2 is not ruled out, but go ahead.
Voters, both nationally in the presidential election and in the state of Louisiana. But The Guardian did some research into that and found out he actually used bunk population statistics, making it possible for this redistricting to happen. And we know that this is targeted at the Black population because in one of those districts, 72% of the Democrats that occupy that last district are there, but they're white. So those white Democrats weren't split into thirds. It was only the Black population that was undermined, so they will not have political power in any of these districts.
Family, I'm sorry. I got to pull this down because, god dang it, you ain't getting no like out of me. Family, when I was younger, a friend of mine told me, never trust a woman that don't shave her underarms. Because something's going to stink regardless of what the hell she's doing. And something's afoot. Something stinks quite the hell with this woman. Cocoa for Cocoa. Cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. Let's continue.
America has never been a democracy, but this is taking it to a next level. We are careening towards an authoritarian surveillance state. And the most ironic part is it's the party that hates big government. But because this gives them political power right now and screws over minorities right now, they're totally okay with it. This is textbook authoritarianism.
Notice, she was talking about blacks, and then what did she do? Because this screws over minorities right now. Notice, it went from being all about blackity black, attacking on black. And now she said what? Screwing over minority groups. Understand who is going to be hurt the most by this. This is why I told you guys a couple of broadcasts ago that you can go and check with any goddamn AI and ask the AI, hey, who's going to be most hurt by this ruling? Will it be Black Americans or smaller groups like Asians, like Indians, like Mexicans? And they would tell you these other groups are going to be at the forefront of whatever harm comes from this. But they keep telling you, you don't even have to chat GPT because guess what? They're telling you out of their own words. They say blackity black. And then all of a sudden it goes from black to all of a sudden being about minority. Shout out to our sister FBA Coco in the building. Much love to you. No worries, my sister. Go ahead and take yourself to sleep. I hope you have sweet dreams. You can catch the rest on the playback. We got another 30 minutes or so. And then I'm going to get myself together and get the hell up out of here because, you know, I still got to get dressed and put on my, you know what I'm saying? So when I walk in the room, I smell like something that women want to flock to. Anyway, I digress. Anyhow, let's let her continue.
You find a minority population to blame everyone's problems on. You get the majority demographic to support you as you strip away their rights, all because it harms that minority that they don't like. And then when the majority demographic wakes up, because something happens because they are finally inconvenienced by the laws that they themselves supported, only then will they realize that they voted for their own suppression. And it's literally that poem where, and then they came for me and there was no one left to fight. That poem. My father was born into Jim Crow era Florida, and he may live long enough to see all of his rights stripped again. One generation of freedom. These activists are putting themselves on the line to fight for people who don't even like them or want them here. They are selflessly advocating for us all while they also advocate for their districts. Anyways,
I don't want to say this, but I'm going to say it. Don't talk to me about what your father might have stripped away from him when after he got his rights, the first thing he did was run to a Nabisco. I don't care about what your father, you can't even bring up your father because your father's first mind was to run to a Nabisco woman. Which many of us have said several times over. We were fighting, when we was fighting for foundational Black American empowerment, other folks are over there fighting for interracial sexual access. So now, this little half-breed want to sit here and talk about my father might see all his rights stripped away. He didn't give a damn about that because he already saw most of his rights stripped away by being with your mother. All she has to do is say one thing against him, and he's gone. But family, I'm just trying to get you, I want you all to notice the people that are out here, stomping hard for him while we're over here looking at him like this.
Damn hands off me.
Sir, I was just saying that you need to step back.
Boy!
Sir, I'm just trying to do my job.
Boy!
Okay.
Get your goddamn hands off me.
Sir, I was just saying that you need to step back.
Boy!
Sir, I'm just trying to do my job.
Boy!
Okay.
Get your god.
While we looking at him like that, notice how the Nabiscos are quite literally looking at him like this.
This image is going to be in history books. A Black Tennessee state representative named Justin Pearson was physically blocked from attending a meeting involving the district that he was elected to represent. We can see the sergeant at arms on the right there blocking the doorway, refusing entry to this state representative. This was a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing regarding a highly controversial redistricting plan. The sergeant at arms blocked Pearson at the door. He was kept outside and forced to watch the proceedings on his phone. The meeting was about a map that fractured the majority Black 9th Congressional District, the last one in Tennessee, and the same area Representative Pearson represents. The redistricting plan, which unfortunately passed, carves Memphis into 3 separate majority white districts. Republicans even said the goal was to maximize partisan advantage to support the national GOP's congressional majority. Here's why this is so ridiculous. Memphis is 62.9% Black. They're recognized as the largest majority Black city in the United States. Now they have zero representation because Donald Trump is terrified that he's going to lose the midterms. This image is going to be in history.
Has legislated and legalized the worst things in humanity, including our enslavement, and we are still here. Right in this country where, as one Black woman said, your ancestors enslaved us, denied us of our rights, called us 3/5 of a person, and yet we are still here. You put us on cotton plantations and tobacco plantations. You denied our human rights and our right to exist as children of God, and we are still here.
We're not going to listen to that again, but I just wanted to show you, family, the Nabiscos are all on board with it. The Nabiscos are promoting it. And family, when have the Nabiscos ever promoted anything for us that would behoove us? When have the Nabiscos ever said, oh, this brother here is talking about reparations? I haven't seen any of these same Nabiscos that's holding this dude up, holding up our good brother Black Alpha. I ain't seeing none of the Nabiscos who are holding him up, holding up Afro Elite, Tariq Nasheed, Brooke, President Divine. I haven't seen any of these Nabiscos holding up the actual reparationists in foundational Black America. I have never seen it. They don't hold up nobody who's talking about an anti-Black hate crime bill. They don't hold up anybody who talks about transformative policies for foundational Black Americans. I have never seen them come to the aid of anybody who's in the Black grassroots whatsoever, which means that the people that they're holding up, they must be holding them up because they see a benefit to hold them up. He calls this moment, or the boy moment, when he called the security officer a boy and asked him what the F is wrong with you. Justin calls that the boy heard around the world. But the fact of the matter is, Black Alpha went way more viral than that clip. You ain't seen no Nabiscos pulling the clip of Black Alpha going off on Kamala Harris. You see Nabiscos on the left and the right pulling up this clip and pulling up the clip of him calling that man boy and using that. And it still isn't as popular as when Black Alpha went in there and spoke to Kamala Harris, but neither side has grabbed that clip. The Republicans haven't grabbed that clip to say, see, the Black Americans ain't rocking with Kamala or the Democratic Party or nothing like that. Why? Because Black Alpha actually spoke to our interest in that clip. They haven't went and got Melrose Mike. Why? Because Melrose Mike's clip spoke to our interest. Every time Brooke gets behind a microphone, she speaks to our interest. Every time President Devine gets behind a microphone, he speaks to our interest. Anytime foundational Black Americans get behind a microphone and we stand for foundational Black Americans, we speak to foundational Black American interests. And neither party, neither one of the Nabiscos on either side grabbed those videos and then hold them in high esteem, saying, look at what the Black folks are doing. Oh, this is going to go down in history. You can't name me or find me one. So you must understand that it is all a ploy. It is all a play. This is all something that they know for certain they don't really agree with, but the fact that they're going to get something out of it because he does not really represent foundational Black Americans, because he does not stand for reparations. He does not stand for an anti-Black hate crime bill. He does not stand for policy coming to foundational Black America. So they can uphold him. They can give him a little instant legitimacy. Oh my God, this is going to go down in history. The real people going down in history is you and I, family. Vote blue no matter who no longer exists. Shout out to our good brother Black RU for that. You are absolutely correct, my warrior brother. Now, family, I also, before we get up out of here, I want to show you the play that they're actually running right now. Once again, because you know the Democrats don't have no other goddamn plays but all the dumb stuff that they've been doing. I want to pull this down for a second. Hold on. Let me pull that down for a second. And let me get this prepared. Family, they're going back to their old playbook of the gender divide, trying to convince the sisters that they're more important than Black men. And not just more important, they want you to believe that the white supremacists know that not only are you the most important, but they know that you're the seat of revolution. Now, here's the thing. I don't take away from anything that our foundational Black American queens have done in the fight for freedom. But you're not going to sit here and make it seem like everything happened because of them, nor will you make it seem as if the only reason we are in the position we are today is because the government is pushing the nuclear family. Yeah, we're going to get into that today. We have to before we get up out of here. We have to before we get up out of here, because right now, the Democrats, once again, like I said, they're pushing this. If you're a Black man, you're the cancer of the Black community. And black women shouldn't listen to nor be led by black men. And I tell people all the time, anybody who is trying to preach a separation or a segregation in between a black man and a black woman needs to be looked at as our public open enemy. Black men and black women got out of slavery together. Black men and black women got out of slavery together. We built cities and got dang wealth together. We together have made changes. We together. So when foundational black Americans speak about we're talking about the man, we're talking about the woman, we're talking about the children. And anybody pushing that crap should be looked at side-eyed. Now, I came across this movie that's going to be airing on the 15th of May. It hits the theaters. And I want y'all to see the premise of this film. Let's go here, family. And just so everybody understand where I'm coming from, understand that this is also off the backs of the Michael Jackson movie. And I love the movie, like I said, but if you watch my breakdown of the movie, well, the breakdown hasn't come yet. That's going to be coming on the other page. However, if you watch my initial thoughts on the movie, I've already explained I didn't like the way that Joe was just made this devil creature. And one of the major parts that really pissed me off is when Michael got burnt. And this isn't a spoiler because everybody didn't seen the movie or they know what happened. When Michael got burnt during the Pepsi situation and he went to the hospital, I didn't like the fact that they tried to once again make Joe a demon at that situation. Because them making him say or pushing the narrative that Joe was trying to get Michael back out onto the road, even though he was injured, that took away the humanity in Joe. Anybody who saw Jackson's The American Dream, which was produced by Jermaine Jackson, that part when they went to the hospital and all the freaking reporters were trying to get information out of the family, trying to get a interview with the family, it was Joe Jackson that went off on all of the goddamn reporters. It was Joe Jackson that went off on all the dang reporters. They was like, well, what do you, and he said, hey, man, do you have children? And the reporter said, no. And Joe said, that's my son in there. And he went to go walk into the room and he looked back at the reporter and he told him again, my son. And he walked into the room. So I did not like that part of the movie. I did not like the fact that, yes, Joe was a very tough father. And anybody who has a parent or grandparent from the South, y'all probably most likely had you a Joe Jackson in the house at some point. My grandfather was the Joe Jackson for us, but he wasn't always strict in the very same way that Joe wasn't always the demon that they tried to make him look like in the movie. I just didn't like that. But on the heels of that, you have to understand and start paying attention what Hollywood is doing and trying to do, and what the Democratic Party is doing and trying to do as well. So on the heels of them making Joe Jackson one of the most demonized fathers in history, they come with this movie. It's called Is God Is. Now watch this trailer, family. What the hell just happened? Oh, it just popped over to this side. Okay, here we go.
We come from a man who tried to kill our mama.
Now, understand the premise, family, off the bat. As soon as I heard this, I heard 2 seconds of this and was already disgusted.
We come from a man who tried to kill our mama. And a mama who wants to kill that man.
Girls, I'm gonna keep this real simple. Nick, your daddy, dead.
You ready?
We ain't killers. How we gonna live with ourselves till we do this?
We giving him what's coming to him. You're a lie. We look dead or something? Do you know what he'll do to you? Only one way to find out.
Hallelujah!
You're his girl.
Oh, hell no.
Just tell us where he at.
For fear that it would wag, he took my time.
We gonna kill him.
Seems like we got a lot to talk about.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Oh!
Those are my girls.
Yep.
Is God Is. Tickets on sale now.
Family. On the heels of Michael Jackson movie and them making Joe Jackson to be this devilish person, this evil man, now you have this movie, Is God Is, where the whole premise is that a father tries to kill his wife, burns his wife, burns his daughter, and now the mother wants the daughters to go and kill the father. Do you see the gameplay that they're playing here, family? And yeah, a lot of the comment section was like, yeah, this is trash. I ain't seeing this crap. But this is the propaganda that's coming out as of recently. I didn't see this movie clip on X. I didn't see it on Instagram, on TikTok. It's being placed everywhere. While simultaneously, they're going around saying stuff like this. Peep out what this woman has to say here. This is Kevin Roberts, president of Heritage Foundation. Got a PhD in African American history, and then used it to author the Project 2025, and dismantle civil rights. Now I want you, I'm about to close this down for a second and bring it back up. My fault, family. Now I want you to listen to what this woman has to say. I am not going to interrupt her whatsoever because she has a mouthful going, and I don't want to do a stop and go with this woman. So I'm going to let her get her full talking point out, and we're going to circle back around, and I'm going to debunk that nonsense. So let's go here. And let's go.
I've been seeing this go around. Kevin Roberts, president of the Heritage Foundation, got a PhD in African American history and then used it to author Project 2025 and dismantle civil rights. Y'all know this sent me down a rabbit hole, right? Y'all want to come? Come on. I said, there's no way this man has a degree in African American history. Learn the things that he learned about African Americans, about the formerly enslaved, and come out the megalomaniac that he is today. And I saw in his Wikipedia that his degree is not in African American history. His degree is in history. Now he has what we would call a concentration. Wikipedia says main interest in African American history. For those people with multiple degrees, you know that you can choose an area with maybe 1 or 2 disciplines. So it wasn't his main focus per se, but in looking at his Wikipedia, I found his thesis and I found his dissertation. When he got his Master of Arts in History, he wrote his thesis on African Virginian extended kin, the prevalence of West African family forms among slaves in Virginia, 1740 to 1870. For his dissertation, he did Slaves and Slavery in Louisiana, the Evolution of Atlantic World Identity, 1791 to 1831. You know, I took notes. Now, in his master's thesis, he spoke about how the extended family, extended kin was a way to resist, right? He talked about the centrality of that. He spoke about the high status and influence of women. He said it was matrifocal, and that without these enslaved people being matrifocal, they wouldn't have been able to see any success when it came to freeing themselves. If you're not picking up what I'm putting down, the women, without the women, things wouldn't have changed or moved. That's what he means in this paper. He also talked about the flexible systems of descent, meaning family, right? It wasn't just everything was through the father. It was like, oh, that's my cousin them. Oh, that's auntie them. Like how extended kin played a central role in the enslaved community and how it helped them to resist. Community. He learned that community and women were key central focuses of the enslaved community that led to their freedom. Now, in his dissertation, he focused the main core argument, there were a couple of them, but the only two I want to focus on is that how enslaved people in Louisiana shaped their world by actively resisting. That's what he learned. He also learned that the enslaved used the Catholic Church, the rights of the Catholic Church, market gatherings, legal petitions to build community and push back against slavery. Let's go back to that market gatherings. To me, that sounds like a cookout. It seems like they would gather together and plan and organize, which means everybody wasn't invited to the cookout, excuse me, market gathering. In order for things to get better, everybody wasn't invited to the market gathering. Now, reading these two papers and seeing how he governs as the president of Heritage Foundation, who pushes Project 2025, that the dichotomy of it is mind-blowing because it's like the exact opposite. Notes. Took him. So in Project 2025, they say that the traditional nuclear family is normal, but in his own goddamn research, he found that when the community is matrifocal, when the women are running it, and when there is extended kin community helping as well, they saw change. They saw revolution. Maybe that's why they forcing these traditional nuclear family norms, because they know what community can do. All right. Now, I'm not going to go over all of it. But another thing that Project 2025 purports is that DEI, they're skeptical of DEI. But in his own research, cultural agency and Black community led to resilience that is central to American history. Diversity helps drive the country forward. That's why we don't have healthcare. Nope. Different video. After going down that rabbit hole, it was never to counter what my fellow content creators were saying. It went a different route. After I read both those papers and I understand how white supremacy works, I realized that this man has researched where the power in the Black community lies. He understands that it lies with women. He has, from the 1700s at the start of his paper to the early 1800s to the late 1800s in his dissertation, he has tracked the power of Black women when it comes to liberation and how, we have been the drivers of it. So now, as a Black woman, I'm like, oh, okay. He got all the ingredients. Yeah. So I'm trying to see how he's going to try to use the organization to chip away at that power. But you can have all the ingredients. That don't ever mean you're going to taste the sauce.
All right, family. Y'all heard it. Y'all heard it from beginning to end. Now it's time to debunk what this woman had to say, shall we?
Wikipedia.
Because I'm not going to do a cut and playback. I'm just going to do it real simple and real plain. If women were the reasons for liberation, if women have always been the liberators, the great liberators, if women had all of the matriarchal power in order to bring community and all this other nonsense that you guys was just discussing, or that this woman was just discussing, I would only have one question to ask, and I need it answered by anybody who believes what this woman just said. If that is the case, then why did white supremacy fight so hard to keep the Black man out of the home? Wouldn't it behoove the white supremacists to keep the Black man in the home because he was the passive one? Yeah, see, they went after Black men not because we were the passive ones in the home. It's because we are the leaders and the founding, excuse me, not founding, Excuse me. We are the leaders and the protectors of the foundation of our homes. Let me make sure everybody understands this. If it was so important for, think about it. I just want everybody to think about it. It was so important for them to remove the black man. Well, if the black women was responsible for revolution, if black women is responsible for pushing diversity and all this other stuff, then we wouldn't have all these problems with people talking about single mother homes. You wouldn't have black women telling other black women when they're talking about black men being dogs and all this other stuff. Black women wouldn't be telling other black women, hey, but he was raised by a black woman. His father wasn't there. You said he was raised by a single mother. So every single mother in the United States, every foundational black American single mother in the United States should be able to produce Malcolm X's, Martin Luther King's. Should be able to produce a Dr. Khalid Muhammad. But that's not the case, is it? No. When black men and women work together, we produce greatness. And they know that. And that's why Daniel Patrick Moynihan had to start the whole fatherless homes lie. That's why the county was going from door to door in black neighborhoods to make sure the father wasn't in the home if he was receiving benefits. Because the greatest threat to white supremacy is the black family. Family, this is the path in which they're choosing to walk down. They even got, hold on, let me pull this down for a second. They even got your queer boys out here basically trying to stick a wedge in between black men and black women who love each other, by the way, who marry each other at an 88% rate. Whenever black men do get married, black men marry black women at an 83 to 85% rate, while black women marry black men at an 85 to 88% rate. I want to make sure everybody knows that. Shout out to our sister Rosemary in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as our sister Nene in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here, as well as our sister M. Hampton in the building. Much love to you and thank you for being here. Family, this is just the Democrat playbook going once again in the same damn direction that they always has. Let's go here, family. Let's go here. Give me 1 second to pull it up. What is going on? Tell you, family, they quite literally messed up my whole dang shit. Get down. What the hell? Hold on, family. Now, let's go here. What is going on? Am I sharing two goddamn screens? Let's go here.
I catch a lot of flack for this, but I'm gonna say it out loud with my whole chest. Straight black men are the cancer of the black community. That's where it starts and that's where it stops. Ladies, I'm here to tell y'all something. All this shit that y'all got going on, some of y'all, not all of y'all, with the gays and with the trans, let it go. Your issue is not a trans woman. Your issue is not a punk or not a sissy. Your issue is all of our issue. Straight black men. Straight black men are the enemy to the gays. Straight black men are the enemy to the trans. Straight black men are who are causing harm to the girls and the women. That's where it's at. Now, y'all can shoot the messenger. Y'all can call me all type of faggots on the Shade Room and all the other blog sites that's going to pick this up and I'll eat it. But you'll never see a situation where girls and women walking around saying they scared of the gay boys. They scared of their life for the gay boys. They don't want to be around the gay boys. It ain't us going around with these fragile ass egos.
Do black men tend to be more successful when they have active fathers? Yes. Empirical data, from multiple large-scale studies and surveys indicate that black men and black boys growing up to become men tend to have better social, economic, educational, and behavioral outcomes when raised with active, involved fathers, typically in stable two-parent households. My question, because this dude just tried to make us the scapegoat for everything. Black men, straight black men, is the problems of the world. Except it's gay men. I'm not even going to just put it on gay black men. It's gay men that are trying to invade female spaces. It's gay men, and a lot of the time it'd be gay black men who, once they found their truth and they're living in their truth and they start mimicking a black woman, it is gay black men who sit there and say that they look better than a black woman. It is gay black men who are willing to fight black women at the drop of a hat as if they were really women. I can go back and forth with you all day, but I also understand that it isn't that situation. The situation in itself is a system of white supremacy. And black men, we're not the freaking enemy of anybody. Everybody's the enemy of black men because we are the protector of our community. So, of course, if you want to get rid of a population, this is just war history, family. If you want to get rid of a population, the first thing you must do is get rid of the men. That's why in every society, when there is a war, they would kill all the men or enslave all the men, and then they would take the women and they would take the children and they would indoctrinate them to their way of thinking. This is throughout all history. This has always happened. So, of course, that's what they're trying to do once again, ladies and gentlemen. They're trying to segregate the black woman from the black man, try to make black men the problem, when the fact of the matter is, black men are the protectors of the community. Exactly, Nene. That's the Democratic playbook. Shout out to Hot Shot in the building. Much love to Miami Flavor. Exactly. They are dangerous as F. They fight black women too. I already know how it's going down. If a trans put his hands on me, my sister queen, baby girl, I hope it goes down, and I hope he goes down forever. That's not me advocating for nothing. That's me advocating for females to protect themselves, for our beautiful black queens to protect themselves and be able to protect themselves. All I'm saying. But this is what the gameplay is. And it's not just this little sassy ass dude. Nah, let's go here.
I have seen the most marginalized people in our community over the past few weeks have 3 distinct conversations consistently. One being the high rate of femicide over the past few weeks to the past month or two. The second being homophobia and toxic masculinity. And third is the violence perpetuated by misguided youth. And the common denominator when we talk about all 3 of those problems are straight Black men. At some point, we as straight Black men, yes, I said we. I don't care if you think, oh, I'm a good Black man, this and that. Collectively,
We?
we aren't doing enough. And if you one of them niggas that's like, oh, that don't got nothing to do with me, then shut the fuck up and you're not part of our community. Because if you don't want to be held accountable, you are part of the fucking problem. It's fucking sickening and it's annoying, bro. Video after video of Black women showing and telling their experience of Black men not being able to control their emotions, not being able to take no, putting their hands on Black women. Multiple videos, multiple conversations of our brothers that are part of the LGBTQ community talking about how they don't feel camaraderie, how they've been picked on, how they've been ostracized. And then we have the misguided youth. Who are they fucking fathers? Where are their fathers at? This is clearly fatherless behavior. And yet, we as Black men want to walk around here with our heads held.
Wait a second. No. If this is fatherless behavior, according to the old girl that was just reading dude from Project 2025 thesis, and who said that they know that, God dang it, Black women, there are the freaking heads when it comes down to revolution and pushing and progressing the country forward and all this other stuff. If this is a problem of foundational Black American fatherless homes, then shouldn't they be producing nothing but stellar citizens in the United States of America? I'm just asking a simple question. The last lady said it's because they know that a nuclear family is how they keep us from fighting for freedoms and revolution and all that other nonsense, right? But now is you saying it's fatherless homes that's causing all the activity, negative activity between men and women. Make that make sense. Make it make sense. Shout out to the family. Much love once again to our brother Antithesis in the building. Let me see if that popped up on. No, it didn't pop up on the. Yeah, it didn't pop up. Shout out to our good brother for the gift as well. Y'all saw it on the screen. Happy Mother's Day to each and every one of you. Shout out to our good brother for putting that up. Let's let him continue, shall we? Because like I said, you can't have it both ways.
High, lying to ourselves like we the leaders and protectors of the community, like we the biggest net positive for Black people, when we not doing our job. And then when the most marginalized people in our community, women, the LGBTQ community, kids, are damn near screaming from the rooftops, begging us to be better, what do?
Why is the LGBTQ community being brought into a conversation about Black people? Yes, there are people who are in the LGBTQ, but here's the thing. If they choose to be LGBTQ first, then don't come running to Black people when we're sitting there trying to protect our community. It is that simple.
We act like white women and flip the script on them and blame them for all the problems in our community without taking any fucking accountability. It's getting tiring, bro. It's getting tiring. A lot of y'all niggas are becoming nothing more than wasted air. It's fucking annoying. Y'all need to tighten the fuck up. Get control of your fucking emotions. Help people when they ask for help. Be better. Be the change that you want to see.
Why the hell will we help people that ask for help when they seen us going through all of our problems, we got told, oh, just pick yourself up by your bootstraps. Oh, y'all, and you're doing it right now. God dang, you're blaming a group of people because black men is a whole group to itself. You're blaming a whole group of people for the world's problems, and it has nothing to do with us. We're supposed to throw on the cake to go and protect a bunch of LGBTQs who quite literally sit here and say the same thing your dumbass is saying. Why do black men owe anybody outside of black women and black children anything? We don't. We don't owe anybody outside of the black woman and the black child a goddamn thing. Except an ass whooping. Shout out to Dr. John Herrick Clark.
Black men always talking about, oh, it's difficult for this. It's difficult for us here. Nobody cares about our mental health. No, everybody knows about our mental health because the people in our community are the victims of that. It's fucking tiring, bro. Y'all niggas are fucking pitiful, bro. And watch, it's gonna be a whole bunch of y'all bitch ass niggas in the comments being like, oh, that don't got nothing to do with me, this, and that. And it just shows you a bitch ass nigga, bro. A bunch of bitch niggas who can't take responsibility, who can't take accountability, who can't even do what the fuck they said that they was gonna do as a man. Our job is to, quote unquote, lead and protect under this patriarchy, and we can't even do the bare minimum.
Who do you think has been really protecting the communities? When these racists come through the communities and we got to set shit off and we pop shit off, you think the women are out there with us? Some of them, yeah. But for the majority of the situation, it's always mostly black men out there. Why? Because it is our job. When the George Floyd protest was going on out here, I was out there for one reason and one reason only. Yes, I stood with the whole situation. I stood behind George Floyd, but that was not the reason why I was out there. I was out there due to black women and black children being in the streets. And I understood they would need protection because if men wasn't out there to protect them, then those Nabisco police officers and everybody else that was out there on the opposing side would try to do some nonsense. That's foundational black American men. I wasn't out there alone. You know who I was out there with? Other foundational black American brothers. Let's be very clear about this. Don't try to then take these talking points of the feminist groups to then try to spew all this nonsense on black men. We're the ones who turn all the way up when it's time to turn all the way up. And this takes nothing away from our queens, who also turns all the way up as well. When our queens are out there, they will turn all the way up. We didn't had our sisters stand in front of us and we didn't pull them behind us. No, I appreciate you trying to put your body on the line, but God dang it, it ain't for you to put your body on the line. It's for us to put our bodies on the line. Our sisters has always been there for us because we've always stood on business for them. And that's why they always stand behind us and they stand on the side of us. Sometimes they stand in front of us. But regardless, they're standing with us. That's the history of this country. And it has not changed. A B1 salute to our good brother Antithesis. Once again, excellent broadcast, church. Thank you very much, my warrior brother. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution once again, my family. I appreciate that. Like I said, family, these people know exactly what the hell they're doing. They're trying their hardest to put a wedge in between our queens and our brothers. Shout out to our sister FBA Queen. Yes, we need to support our FBA men. We love y'all, GOAT, and we love y'all back. And we love y'all back. Don't let any of these people lie to y'all. Don't let any of these tethers lie to y'all, because that's what I think he is. I believe he's a tether. I don't believe that he's a foundational Black American whatsoever. And or a Skittle bag. Don't let none of these people tell you that we don't love you. Because we ain't letting none of these people tell us that y'all don't love us. Most of those manosphere idiots are a bunch of damn tethers. 100%. And I don't rock with no manosphere idiot. Just like I don't rock with no goddamn feminist trick. We are foundational Black Americans, and the history will show you how we get down for each other. Thank you, Enigma. Shout out to you, and thank you for being here. Dude sounds like Unconscious Flea, who just so happened to be another Democrat. Now, let's move over to this Skittle bag here, who agrees with everything. Family, let me know if you can hear the video, because the thing popped up again saying that the sound went out. Put a 1 in the chat if you can hear the video. No sound? Okay. Thank you. We're going to go ahead and pull that down for a second. Oh, you could hear it. Okay. 0. Shout out to William Aaron in the building. Shout out to our good brother. Let's go ahead and pull it back up then. And a B1 salute once again to our brother Antithesis. Thank you for your donation. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contributions as always, my warrior brother. I love us. A big B1 salute to you on that one, because that is exactly how I feel. I love us, and I love every iteration of us. All right, let's continue here.
It's because of Black men. And when Funky Dineva said that heterosexual Black men are the cancer of the Black community, he told no lies. I didn't hear one thing that was untrue. Everything he said was factual. Black men are exactly why the Black community are where we are right now. Divided, arguing, unaliving each other. It's because of Black men. Not all, but majority of them. Y'all don't want community. Y'all want division. If you're wondering why there's so many single Black women in the world, it's because there's not a good selection of heterosexual Black men in the world. Of quality.
Wait a second. That goes against what old girl was talking about once again with the Project 2025. Shouldn't single Black women, single Black mothers, shouldn't they be raising exemplary gentlemen? If all the power is through the Black woman, why then all of the blame get put on the Black father when things aren't going the way it's supposed to go? Oh, shout out to our good brother Leonard Day Una. Yeah, Funky is a cancer to the world. And come to find out, because when I went looking for his clip, especially if you put it in on TikTok, put in his whole sentence, because that's usually what I do. I'll put in the name of the person and I'll put in the whole sentence of what they had to say. And what they said usually will pop up. When I did that, when I put in his name and then put in Black men is a cancer, it brought up all these videos of Funky talking about how he has anal cancer. What is it called? Prostate cancer? So not only is he a cancer on the world, but apparently he's going through anal cancer. Oh, I'm sorry, prostate cancer. I'm not laughing at him. Don't get it wrong. I'm just looking at I'm sorry. I'm just looking at the situation, and it is hilarious in itself. You're calling black men the cancer of the community, and yet you got cancer in your ass. And plus you're a Skittle bag. Exactly, my brother. Bussy cancer. I'm just saying, the jokes write themselves. Shout out to the Most High. Let's continue.
Y'all are out here unaliving each other, having gangs, black on black. You know what I mean? Where do you think that comes from? Just like when you go to the club, usually it's black owned. You come outside, the majority of the cars are broken into. Now you know that these are black.
How the hell you know it's black people breaking in those cars? You go to a black-owned club, and while black people are inside, their cars are getting broken into. Yeah, that used to happen a lot in Los Angeles. But the people that was breaking into the cars weren't black people, they were Mexicans. Hell, not just breaking into the cars. At sometimes they would be stealing your Cadillac converters. They will take your rims. They will take your goddamn, what is it that's by the gas tank? Not the by the gas tank, the alternator out of your car. Oh, don't talk about people breaking into cars, because me being from LA, anybody from California can tell you, yeah, there's been situations like that happens, but it's usually never black people that do it. It's usually, quite literally, always god dang Mexicans or another group. Like up north, when all the cars was being stolen in Oakland and San Francisco and the Bay Area in general, it came out that it was a god dang Asian mob groups. The Asian gangs was going around stealing from out there. So I don't even know how that even equates. If people are breaking into cars while you're at a black-owned goddamn nightclub and you're black yourself, I ain't gonna blame the black nightclub owner because someone broke into the car. I might blame the security. I might say, hey, you guys are responsible to replace whatever was stolen because this was on your property and there wasn't enough sufficient security in order to stop the theft. I might do that, but I'm not going to blame the owner for the theft. He's not responsible, but he is responsible because it happened on his property. That's the difference. Exactly. Asians and Mexicans jack cars in downtown LA. That is a known business. Anybody in California knows that that is their known business. Mexicans will steal cars and take them to Tijuana. I know. One of my first cars, my brother, rest in peace, from Capanella Park, Peru, gave me a car on the strength. And it was an 85 Toyota Camry stick shift. And my brother lived in downtown LA at the time. And me and my brother both worked at Universal at the time. And then when Universal fired him, I was still working at Universal. He ended up going to get a job at Disney. So I would sleep at his house because I lived in Santa Barbara at the time with my fiance, with my ex-fiance. So instead of traveling 2 hours to get to work, I would spend the night at my brother's house when I needed to spend the night. And then I would go back home when god dang, I was done for the week. But my brother lived downtown, like I said, and anybody who knows about downtown LA, especially when you live in housing like apartments and things like that, high-rise apartments and stuff like that, there is no parking. It is incredibly hard to find parking in downtown. So what ended up happening is every time I had to spend a night at my brother's house, I would have to find a parking spot that was somewhere around the area. Do you know I had to park on the street, the next street over, which was a more busier street than the street that my brother lived on, because it was so packed with people who was parked there, right? And this is the same for anybody who live in a beach area. If you live around the beach, you know I'm not telling a lie. If you live around a goddamn college, you know I'm not telling a lie, because the same thing goes for people who live around colleges, universities, beaches. It all is the same when it comes to the way that the parking goes, right? So I parked my car on the next street over, which was a more busier street. I go to sleep. I wake up the next morning to go and get in my car to go to work. When I say my car was gone and I thought it was towed, I called every tow yard. It was not there. I called the police and filed a police report. And quite literally, 2 weeks later, I get a phone call from the police saying, "Hey, we found your vehicle." And I'm like, "Oh, okay. Is everything in there?" Because my clothes was still in the trunk, because I was too tired to take my clothes out of the trunk. So my whole suitcase full of my fly ass clothes was taken. My shoes was taken out of the back. I had beat. My subs was taken. My beat was taken out of the car. My radio system and my amplifier was taken. Everything was taken. The car was really stripped. But guess where they found the car? They found the car right on the border in San Diego, right by Tijuana. They did a raid on a goddamn car lot over there, a chop shop, and my car was found at that chop shop. So when I say that in LA and in California in general, a lot of these other groups that's their business. They make money off of this. Going around stealing Cadillac converters, going around stealing alternators, going around stealing cars, and selling parts. And that's why what he said is so damn egregious, because you didn't just do a regular reach. You did a Mr. Fantastic reach. You reached all around the world and came back around. Now let's continue, because we're almost done here.
Patrons in this club, so why would you harm another black brother or sister and set them back financially by breaking into their vehicle? But again, this usually black men in gangs harming other black people. They're unaliving each other in the streets every day. I hate to use the propaganda that they use against us, but they're not always telling the lie now, because proximity is proximity. So when you're in proximity to each other, you're going to have more cases of unalivement. But we're doing it to each other. You know what I mean? So
proximity is proximity, but we're doing it at a much lower rate than they are doing it. Why didn't you mention that at all? Because it doesn't fit your narrative. It doesn't fit your narrative. And who else do we stay in proximity to? Other peoples. Melanated other peoples. The mops. We got Asians around us. We got Mexicans around us. We got Africans around us. We got Caribbeans, all kind of people who's around the black community. Why? Because the black community has always been the most inviting while being the most talked about, the most disrespected, even amongst the people that we accept in. Thank you very much, my good brother. I find it hard to take a lecture from a red Skittle bot. And I feel you, but I want everybody to get peep notice and peep game. It went from the woman, it went from the movie to the woman speaking about Project 2025 and a dissertation or thesis of the of the Project 2025, excuse me, to a Skittle bag, to a tether, to another Skittle bag. It's all the same pattern. It's all the same playbook. A B1 salute to our sister Faith Speaks Life in the building. Much love to you and thank you for your contribution as well, my sister. Thank you for your Cash App. Your donation is blessed tenfold, and I appreciate your contribution as always, my sister, and thank you for your birthday wishes. Much love to you, my sister. Let's let them continue.
You're abusing your women. So many videos online where I see people abusing black women in the streets and nobody standing up, nobody saying nothing, nobody speaking up. You know your brother's abusing his girl, not taking care of his children. No one's speaking up. There's no accountability.
Black fathers are the most active fathers out of any other group. Go ahead and, check out that statistic. Most involved out of any other group. And I don't know about any of you. But in my circle, all my brothers know not to come at us with that bull stuff. If you're mad at your girl and you start saying some dumb shit, we're going to tell you what you're saying is dumb. Because that's what brothers are supposed to do, hold each other accountable. So I have not had any of my brothers ever strike a woman. Unless, of course, it was in his own defense. The woman was trying to kill him or something. She might have pushed. I tell people all the time, I will body slam the hell out of you. I'll tackle you. If you hit a man and a man goes ahead and do what he has to do, that's something totally different. But when it comes down to just arguments between men and women, yeah, my brothers, we don't put up with that at all. Not only will you get ostracized, but we will clown your ass. Because that's our jobs as your brothers. You know, the Bible do say, let your peers, allow your peers to correct you. So when it comes down to brothers, oh yeah, we don't play that game. Because guess what? What happens if all my brothers, and this is I think the Most High was just waiting on me. The Most High wanted to make sure that, I had grew the way that I grew before I got what I wanted, because I always wanted a little girl. When I had my child, I was hoping that my first child was a little girl. The Most High gave me a little boy. But all my brothers have girls. All my brothers, except for my older brother, my brother who's 2 years older than me that I was telling you guys about earlier, the doctor, he's the only one without children at this point in time. But even when he was with his wife, he was the stepdaddy to a little girl. So all of them have girls. So everybody gets real snappy as soon as something happens when it comes to women, because we're like, hey, nigga, what happens if that happens to your daughter? Well, I'm going to go to hell off. So why the hell shouldn't we go off on you? That's somebody's daughter. So yeah, most men do hold other men accountable, whether we talk about it or not. That's the thing. Men do not go around telling other people what men's circles be talking about. This is bro code. What we do in our circles stays in our circles. What we talk about in our circles stays in our circles, because many of the time the man can't go to his female or wife and really vocalize the frustration that he's having without it becoming a situation. So he chooses peace, and he will go to his brothers and he will say, man, this girl just did A, B, and C. And we allow him to get it off his chest. But we also show him where he's being a little bit overboard with it. We let him know where he's not, feeling, where he's not so wrong in the situation, but maybe he took it a little too far, or maybe he needs to go and talk to her. We have these type of conversations amongst men. We don't have to talk about what we do amongst men. It is only the sweet cheek bend over squad that love to say what black men doesn't do as black men. and women who do not like men say what black men don't do as men when none of them know what black men do. It is the same thing with somebody saying, well, as a woman, you should, as a man, you're cut off right there. You can't tell me as a man what I should be doing as a woman. In the very same way that a man will never say, well, as a man, I feel like as a woman. No, you're cut off right there. You are not going to sit here and be able to you will not be able to sit here and dictate what a man or a woman should be doing if you're not within the manhood or the womanhood. Now, it is different when women are talking to other women and they're giving advice. It is different when men are talking to other men and we're giving advice. But to tell a man and give advice to a man as if what he's doing as a man is wrong, well, as a man, I believe you should be doing it. It is asinine. And vice versa. We need to get this together. For all the people out there, we, the true foundational Black Americans in the Black grassroots, understand all of this. Now, yes, we can discuss things that we don't like. We can discuss things that happens that isn't beneficial to us in those communities, or in those relationships. But to try to use those situations to simplify a whole goddamn gender of blackness, whether being black men or black women, that's just out the window, especially when you're talking to me. There's a such thing as speaking in order to better the community and then targeting a certain part of the community in order to get off whatever jollies you got. Whether it's being in the manosphere or the feminism sphere, or whether it's you being a person who seeks interracial access. It's all the same to me. But let's let this zesty person finish so we can be done with this guy.
We want to shh into the dysfunction, and that's why Black people are where they are. So when the lady said, who's going to be the boys? They were talking about you, the straight Black men. Who's going to be the boys? Who's going to be the leader? Who's going to take?
I know a zesty man is not sitting there talking about who's going to be the boys. No, she's talking about you. The men aren't out here wearing any goddamn bonnets. The men ain't out here dressing as if I'm a feminine man. The men ain't out here putting on makeup with a beard. The men ain't out here being sassy with the women. So when they say who's going to be the boys, they're not talking about the men, because even the men aren't going to be the boys, because boys don't understand the place of a man. And ladies, they know that men are not boys, and boys are not men, unless you're talking about boys to men. You see what I did there? I did that, yeah. Let's let them continue.
To leave and take us to where we need to go, because we're all divided, and then you have a nerve to hate on Black gay boys? Now, what we got to do with your issues and why you can't get to where you got to go? But for some reason, the gays are always the issue.
But you just tried to make Black men the issue. Black straight men. When you, in your words, Black gay boys are the problem? Yeah, they are. Because you're the reason why these women are running around asking who's going to be the men, who's going to be the boys.
Black men are the problem. They're the division in this community of why we can't stand together. And when Funky doesn't even...
All right, family. So we got through it. We got through it, family. And before we get out of here, I can't leave without playing the facts. We got to play the facts because there were so many lies told there. There was so many propaganda talking pieces given there. We got to go with the facts. First, we're going to start off with the brother. We got to start off with the brother. Hold on one second. shout out to the brother here. I don't know what's going on with this, but all right.
When you hear someone like Funky Deniva call black men the cancer of the black culture, that's not just an opinion. That's programming. That's decades of narratives that have worked to push fathers out of black homes, that have rewarded dependency over structure, and that made masculinity something that should be apologized for instead of something that should be honored. And now we've got people trying to blame the very men who have worked for centuries to try to keep the black community safe. That didn't happen by accident. Democratic politics shaped that mindset. Democratic policies reinforced it, and democratic culture repeated it. And now it sounds normal. I'm Diesel Greasel, and you need to wake up. And you need to wake up.
All right. Shout out to Diesel Greasel. Shout out to that brother. And shout out to this sister here. Now, with this sister, I want to make sure everybody understands that I don't agree with every single thing that she says, and namely what she's going to say is she's going to bring up the trope about the Pookies and the Ray Rays. I don't agree with that. My cousin name is Pookie, and I love my cousin Pookie, and he's a great damn father. So I don't agree with anybody using that Pookie and Ray Ray situation. However, she does spit a lot of facts, so I'm going to give her room to do so. I've already gave you my caveat. Let's let the sister go. Shout out to her. Hold on, family. It's showing that the sound went out on the screen again. Hold on. Let me put that down. Let me stop this screen here. All right. Let's go. All right. Let's go here. Let's try this out again because this is the last clip, too. We is not going to allow you to mess up the last clip. All right, let's go here.
Came to social media and dropped this atomic, I don't even know what else to say about it. So check this out, y'all. The other day, Funky Deniva, and I hope I'm saying his name correctly, came to social media and dropped this atomic, I don't even know what else to say about it, on his page. And he said that straight black men are the true problem in the black community. Okay. Straight black men are our problem in the black community. And I'm going to share something with you. Who paid you? Who paid you? You understand what I'm saying? Because we don't want to call a spade, but our problem are not straight black men. Straight black men have gatekept manhood. They have gatekept manhood better than straight black women, okay? Because if we had gatekept womanhood like we were supposed to, would nobody from the rainbow community have the mouth to get in here and say they look better than straight black women when they put on a dress? They look better than straight black women when they put heels on, they put makeup on. They would not have the mouth to say anything. We do not call a spade. Straight black women, not all of us, but we don't have the mouth to call a spade. We'll quickly tell somebody from the rainbow community, girl, you look good, and it's a man. We'll tell them, you look good. Oh, you look good in that dress. You look good in those heels. You look good in that makeup. And we know we lying. We know we lying. The problem in the black community is that we don't know who is the head. And we don't want to know who's the head. We're the only community that since the beginning, our numbers have not grown. Since the 70s, maybe by 1%. We don't know what family is. We don't know who's the head because we don't want to know. Our children are running amok because there's not a man at the helm that is in his right mind. We are choosing men who are not worthy to have children. Nobody wants to talk about that. Children are being raised by only women, and men are nowhere around to be found because the men you have slept with are not men of substance. They are the Pookies and Rerays of our community. Let's talk about how some of our sisters and brothers who have had babies by men who are Pookies and Rerays, where this bloodline should have died off many years ago. Let's talk about that. But we want to sit in here and say straight black men are our problem. Let me share something with you. Straight black men are holding the community together. And once they let go, the black community will die. I said it. The black community will die. Straight black men are your coaches that talk to these kids. Straight black men are the guidance counselors that talk to these kids. Straight black men are the good pastors and deacons who talk to these children. Straight black men are the men that come to the community and want to take the children to a good area, like going camping, want to take them fishing, want to take them to amusement parks to let them see the other side of our community that's good. I'm getting tongue-tied because I'm so upset. There are so many straight black men that want to see the community thrive. But then y'all getting in here talking about, oh no, the straight black men are our problem. The young boys who are being raised by their mama alone are our problem. We want to refer to the young man who dropped the young lady on her head in New York.
And
what he did was evil.
I gotta pause that real quick because this sister, I don't know if she's foundational Black American or not, but she is speaking facts regardless. But this part right here, I also gotta touch in on, because that little boy that slammed that Nabisco girl or Asian girl or whatever the hell she was on the ground and stomped on her head, he was not a foundational Black American, nor was his mother. He was not foundational Black American, nor was his mother. So that's not our problem. But go ahead, sister.
Evil. But I want you to understand, when these boys are not raised by their fathers, they are a nightmare. If the mother has no control over the child will grow up to do nonsense, even if it's a boy or a girl. But we want to sit up here and blame straight black men for everything. And mama, the uncomfortable truth is that's who you chose. We are choosing men who are not of substance. That's our problem. The Most High gave women a job to do, and the job is to choose who is the right man to have children with. Now y'all want to get out here. Oh, I didn't know he was like that. Oh, I didn't know he behaved like that. Because you want to know why? You gave him this first. That's why. Let me do it a little slower so you understand. You gave him that first. And that's why you didn't see the red flags. A person that's hiding behind something, they cannot do it for 2 to 3 years. That means you're not paying attention, sis. Everything that looks gold ain't real gold, honey. But we got the mouth to get up here and blame straight black men. But we're not blaming the men who get in here and wear dresses. We're not blaming the men who get in here and wear makeup. We're not blaming the men who get in here and act like they're a woman. We're not blaming them, though, right, in our community. We're not blaming them. Now, I know my content may not go well with everybody, and I don't give a damn. I don't care. But you can't get up here and just blame black men that they're the problem. Straight black men. When the 2 front rows of our community are Pukisha and Rakeisha, and all they do is nonsense in our community that make us all get roped up together, that we all evil, that we don't take care of our children, that we don't govern over our kids because of the 2 front rows of our community. Let's call a spade, Funky Dineva. Let's call a spade, baby. Take heed to the message.
Shout out to that sister right there who just said a mouthful, but like I said, she was spitting some facts there, and I gave you my caveats. I said, you know, my disclaimer, hey, I don't agree with the Pookie Ray situation, especially because my cousin name is Pookie, and he's a magnificent father, god dang it, and a hood dude. He's a hood dude who's a magnificent father, because they tend to think that we who are from the hood can't be good fathers for some damn reason. And then also the situation with the boy slamming the girl on her head. That ain't had nothing to do with us. But everything else, she's speaking facts. at the end of the day, ain't nobody calling out the gay men for not being protectors. They want to go after the straight men and say, hey, why aren't you protecting everybody that asks you for help? And we're telling them because our responsibility is to our children and to our women. What the hell will we go and try to protect everybody else for? They're not going to the gay saying, hey, why are you being so sassy? You're supposed to be a protector. I've never heard it. And these are the men they want foundational Black American men to become. Because, yeah, we still do have a say in the community and they do not like it. Our sisters hear us speaking on these type of situations. They know that is true and they start talking on the same situations and then we move like a unit. Let me rephrase that. We move as a unit. And because of that, when we move as a unit, you see a lot of things fall into the wayside. Look at the last 2 years, family. It was not just Black men who said, yeah, you're done here. It was Black women who got on code. Black men who got on code. Black men and women who were on code, who said, yeah, you're done here. And everybody kept running to us, trying to get us to fight for them. It was Black men and Black women on code who said, hell no, go handle your candle. It was Black men and women who came together to say, if you're not doing anything for our community, we're not coming out there to do anything for you. It was Black men and Black women who said no to everybody who begged us for help, because while we was going through hell, they were sitting here being the people who actually wanted to put us through hell, being the people who is actually, nanny, nanny, boo, boo, y'all going through this. Why can't you just fix your communities and all these other stuff? That was them. It was foundational Black American men and women who said no to that and said, we will never be back out there with you guys. You guys will never have us to have your back ever again. You guys fooled us once. That's shame on us. You guys fooled us twice. That's shame on you. But the third shame is done for. And we said we're done with all the shaming. We're done with people trying to shame us to help them when they don't want to help us. We're done with people within these political parties trying to shame us to vote for them when they do nothing for us. We're done altogether. We said that as Black men. We said that as Black women. And the Black children is seeing that. And they're starting to say exactly what we've been saying. That's Black community. That is Black community. So to all of the people who are out here trying to push this nonsense, because y'all know your time is up. Remember when y'all was running around screaming, time's up, time's up, time's up? Guess what? Your time is up. And foundational Black Americans, yeah, we don't have no reservation about you being a dying party. Because we know the only people who has ever spoke for us and who has ever fought for us have been foundational Black American men and foundational Black American women. Foundational Black American women and foundational Black American men. It swings both ways, the pendulum does. Otherwise, we would be stuck in the middle in the same damn place. So while the Democrats are around here running around trying to push these propaganda talking points, trying to segregate and take away the black man from the black woman, all so that they can once again get the vote of the black woman. And all the sassy black men, your time is done. This game is over. The only people who haven't seen it are even taking it into account yet are you all. Shout out to our sister Angelic. Exactly. That's why they're all screaming and yelling at us, but there is nothing they can do at all. Because at the end of the day, not only have the spell been broken, but we stomped on the floor 5 times and spinned around in a circle. The ancestors then woke up. The goddamn children are waking up. There is nothing these parties can do but say hello to the new me and the new you. If you're not subscribed, go ahead and hit that subscribe button along with the notification bell so you can be notified whenever videos like this drop. Please make sure you're hitting that like and share button so we can beat up the algorithm. Make sure we get this message out to the ears that need to hear. And if you have not done so yet, please click the link in the description. Go to change.org and put your signature on the petition for reparations. Family, all praise to the Most High. All praise to the Most High. We're in a time that our ancestors would love to see. And when I say would love to see, I don't mean as if they don't see it. I know that they see it. I mean as if they were here right now. If our ancestors were still here and they were in this moment, they would love this moment. Because we're showing the world, not just the United States, the world, how powerful we are, how powerful our ancestral lineage is, how powerful our voices are, how powerful our children are, how powerful our black men and women are. I said this several times over. This time has been ordained. This time has been prophesied. And now, ain't no turning around. How the song go? Ain't no stopping us now. We're on the move. Come on. Come on. Ain't no stopping us now. We're about to groove. Y'all had all this time. And now your time is up. Get used to it. It is the new normal. I want to thank each and every one of you once again for spending your Sunday with me. I want to give a B1 salute to all my mods, my members, everybody in the chat, all my patrons, everybody that donated, whether by Cash App, Super Chat, my brother Antithesis for all the gifts sent. Much love to you. Let me just say one more thing. One more thing. I want to give a certified B1 salute to all the mothers out there who raised great people. I want to give a shout out to Emmett Till's mother, who kicked off the civil rights movement by telling them people, you leave that goddamn casket open so these people can see what they did to my boy. I want to give a shout out to Martin Luther King's mother, who was unalived by these devils. I want to give a shout out to each and every one of you who move as the ancestors require in order to make sure we, as foundational Black Americans, stand and survive. Oh, yes. Put them all in the chat. Shout out to our sister FBA Queen. Shout out to our sister Fannie Lou Hamer as well. Barbara Jordan. Claudette Colvin. Coretta Scott. All of our sisters who is a part of birthing what we see here today. Thank you. Sojourner Truth. Ida B. Wells. Dr. Francis Cress Wilson. Shout out to each and every one of them. Shout out to each and every one of you. Madam C.J. Walker. Yes, indeed. Harriet Tubman. Biddy Mason. Excuse me, Mason. Mason is my cousin's last name, but that's the way it's pronounced. It's spelled the same way. Anyway, still. Shout out to each and every one of them. Shout out to each and every one of you. Betty Shabazz. Can't forget Betty Shabazz. Sister Soldier. God dang it. Her words were so powerful, they had to take her and put her on a freaking episode of what was that? A Different World. When the Rodney King situation took off. And what did she tell our beautiful sister in that moment? You need to stop worrying about everybody else and concentrate on you and your children so that your people can have a future. Viola Fletcher, Coretta Scott, Asada Shakur, Stagecoach Mary. Oh, we got to do a broadcast on Stagecoach Mary. It's been a while since I've talking about her, since I spoke about her. Rosa Parks. Happy Mother's Day to all the foundational Black American family. And thank each and every one of you for all your birthday wishes. I take that to heart because I have another blessed year ahead of me. And if you like what you saw from last year, you ain't seen nothing yet. When I say the Most High has his hands on my shoulders and on my forehead to make sure that I have clarity of what's necessary and what I need to do, just know I got so much energy to get it done. And before we get out of here, family, let's do this real quick. Right before we get up out of here. I want to at least show you what I've been working on. Like I said, I've been working on the different merch. So I want to show you some of the merch that I've been working on here. Give me 1 second. What to do? Go to the mock-up. All right. These are some shoes that we're putting out. All right. On the left side, you got no Republicans. On the right side, you got your no Democrats. And then on the inside, of course, is doing the same thing. But on the left side, and the right side, it got a message for you. 2 wings of the same dirty pigeon. And right there in the middle, you know, we got the FBA Freeman Reparations Party on the tongue and inside of the shoe as well. Let me pull this down for a hot second so I can show you another one here. These are just the mock-ups as of right now. We also have low top shoes for that as well. They're not just high top shoes. Oops, that was wrong one. This is the vintage hats we got coming. Oh, what is going on here? Okay, there's a problem with the vintage hats. Okay, give me a second. We'll go to the next one. We have, 1 second. What is going on here? This situation tripping the hell out. 1 second, family. For some reason, this shit is not working the way it's supposed to. 1 second. The link isn't available yet. Like I said, I've just been working on the different products. And tomorrow I'm actually going to be putting together the website and putting the products, linking the products to the website. So I should be able, like I said, within this week, I'll be doing the broadcast where I'll be able to do a full promotion on these. Give me 1 second. God dang, I don't know what is going on. It worked perfectly for the first one, and then when I went to try to do other ones, now it's giving me all kind of issues. Okay. I see what happened here. So, all right, here is all right, so here is a mock-up of a water jug that we got. Once again, it has the no Democrats, no Republicans. It has the Freedmen Reparations Party logo in the middle there. And then it also say, cut the check on the bottle. Actually, it says, cut the damn check. Let me pull this one down and I'll show you one more. But these aren't the only ones that I have, family. I have maybe over 14 products as of this moment. Boom. Let's go here. For the ladies, and more specifically the ladies, this is a cutoff hoodie that we're going to be putting out here. This is the cutoff hoodie. And as you can see, it has the Freeman's Reparations Party logo. It also has the cut the check on there. I thought it would be, you know, my sister said it was cute. So I was like, all right, let's go ahead and get something cute for the ladies. And I know I said one more, but I'll show you one more. Let me show you one more. Hold up. Let's go here. No, that's not the one. That's not the one. All right. And here's a good old fashioned, because I'm from LA. We love beanies out there. We used to rock beanies like a mug. And so here, and don't worry about this. I'm gonna change these mock-ups. These Nabiscos will not be in the mock-up. This is an embroidered beanie here with the Freedmen's Reparations logo as well. So we have a few things coming up. Like I said, within this week, I will be doing a broadcast and we will be promoting the website where everything will be sold. Now, everything that we get from this situation, all funds that are earned through the site here will all be used in order to pay all the fees that are necessary. Like, not all the fees, but as much fees as we can to make sure that we can get the Freedmen's Reparation Party is off the ground. So all the forms that are going to need to be filed and their fees, that's where all of this is going to go, and whatever donations that goes towards it at the time, because the website will have a location where you can just donate if you want to. So shout out to each and every one of you, family. Like I said, we are working diligently. We are making sure that not only are we going to be represented, we're going to look good while doing so. So I want to give a B1 salute to each and every one of you. And I want to thank you once again for all the birthday wishes and spending this time with me. With that being said, family, blessings to each and every one of you. Stay safe, stay foundational, and be one. The doors of the church are now closed. Peace, family.
My grandfather built this country, man. He fought wars for it. And most places he went wouldn't let him sit down and get a cup of coffee. I can't even catch a cab in New York. You know, it doesn't matter how many degrees I get. All you people see is color. Your grandfather was an immigrant. You're American. My grandfather was born here, Duke. And you people still look at me as just another nigga.
I know that the government, whatever, can't stand us black people. He's doing everything in the world to make black man be extinct. But I'm going to tell you one thing. Us black people going to survive. Yeah. So fuck everybody. I'm out.